はじめまして。私は今オゾンレンページでコーチしていますのドラゴンです。日本ペンたちに挨拶するのが初めだけど、他の韓国人と一緒に3人でリヨンに来るからこれから応援お願いします。
안녕하세요. 저는 오존 램페이지에서 서폿을 맡고 있는 지금 다라라는 닉네임을 쓰고 있는 전정훈입니다. 잘 부탁드립니다.
안녕하세요. 저는 오전 램페이지에서 정글을 맡고 있는 도드라고 합니다. 앞으로 많은 경기 출전할 텐데 멋진 경기 보여드릴 테니까 잘 부탁드립니다. 처음에 일본에서 하겠다고 제의가 왔을 때 음식이랑 뭔가 다 한국 문화랑 비슷하고 괜찮을 거라 생각해서 바로 동의했어요.
저는 처음에는 솔직히 의아했죠. 왜냐면은 저는 선수 안 하고 원래는 중국으로 넘어가려고 했었는데 중국의 코치로 넘어가려고 했었는데 학교 교수님께서 갑자기 선수 하고 가는 게 낫지 않냐고 하면서 그때 처음 제의 받아가지고 그때 되게 신기했죠. 저는.
그러니까 쉬운 결정은 아니었는데 다시 처음부터 그러니까 바닥부터 시작해보자는 마인드로 해서 그냥 이게 경험이거나 아니면 뭐 나의 뭘 쌓는다 그러지? 그런 비전 그런 거 쌓는다, 그런 경험 쌓는다는 그런 걸로 왔어요.
저도 운용이랑 거의 비슷한 거긴 한데 저는 환경이 열악한 건 둘째치고 솔직히 학교에 애초에 선수로 하고 싶어서 간 건데 선수를 한 번도 못 해보고 코치를 한 거보다 선수를 일단 하고 싶어서 저는 그냥 쉽게 솔직히 선택한 것 같아요.
저는 선수 활동을 하고 있을 때 작년에도 막 중국 쪽에서 코치 제의도 오고 막 뭔가 이런 코치 제의도 여기 램페이지 오기 전까지 뭐 중국이나 미국에서도 많이 받았었는데 저는 그때 다 중국은 좀 많이 식습관도 다르고 그다음에 사람들도 많아서 좀 무서워서 거절을 했었고 북미는 좀 솔직히 너무 멀고 그다음에 너무 멀고 혼자 가야 된다고 해가지고 또 거절했었어요. 근데 저는 애초에 좀 일본 문화에 대한 관심도 많고 한번 와서 뭐 여행도 해보고 싶고 해가지고 그런 상황이었는데 이제 딱 램페이지에서 한번 팀에 오지 않겠냐라고 이렇게 제의를 해가지고 저는 그냥 기쁜 마음에 다른 팀들 제의 다 거절하고 그냥 바로 이쪽으로 오고 이제 이렇게 이야기가 된 상황에서 이제 제가 다라랑 도드한테 일본 같이 가보지 않겠냐고 이렇게 말을 했습니다.
한국에서는 하이퍼라는 아마추어 팀에서 챌린저스 대회에 나왔었고 중국에서는 3부 리그 TNT라는 팀에서 활동을 했다가 이제 램페이지로 오게 되었고요. 저 같은 경우는 이제 정글 할 때 좀 강한 캐릭을 되게 좋아해가지고 리신이나 뭐 카직스, 판테온 이런 되게 강한 챔피언을 되게 좋아해요.
저는 한국에 있었을 때 드림이라는 팀에 있었고 대학리그 그러니까 학교 대표로 나가서 우승을 했고요. 플레이 스타일은 원딜에 거의 맞추긴 하는데 제가 좋아하는 챔프 할 때는 좀 공격적이게 하는 챔프. 좋아하는 챔프는 서포트들이 다 다루는 쓰레쉬랑 저는 특별히 아끼는 건 자이라. 네, 자이라 좋아하는데 못 쓰게 해요.
그러니까 일단 저는 LJL을 다 봤는데 MB 선수는 개인기 위주의 그러니까 갱킹 위주의 플레이를 많이 했었는데 이제 그 MB 선수랑 도드랑 다른 점은 그 MB 선수 하는 부분에 더해 이제 운영에다가 이제 와드 위치 같은 거랑 이제 뭐 상대방 뭐 정글 동선을 예측해가지고 이제 그걸 카운터 친다거나 이렇게 이런 다른 운영적인 부분을 이렇게 하면서 움직이고 있고 그 다음에 다라는 이제 같이 원딜에 맞춰주는 서폿이라고 말했잖아요. 그래서 라인전 할 때 원딜한테 맞춰주다가 기회가 나면 같이 정글이랑 움직이면서 뭐 시야를 이렇게 장악을 한다거나 아니면 미드 로밍을 같이 가서 상대 미드 라인을 잡는다거나 이런 식으로 하고 있고, 뭐 그런 비결 같은 거는 일단 막 내부적으로 많이 연습을 해요. 그다음에 뭐 지금 많이 뭐 최고라고 평가받고 있는 뭐 LCK나 LPL 같은 영상 같은 걸 많이 보고 더 잘하는 선수들의 영상을 보고 이제 분석을 해서 이제 최대한 따라 하면서 이제 자기 걸로 만드는 연습을 많이 하고 있어요.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the League of Legends Japan League, or just LJL. My name is Reed Rapid Melton, and joining me is Daniel Sifa Dracos, and we are about to get back into it for another week of League of Legends actions here. And of course, we are joined by our Japanese counterparts, Eyes and Revel, your Japanese commentators for tonight. But as far as the English broadcast goes, how are you doing, Sifa? What's up?
Oh, not a whole lot. I'm doing pretty well, excited to be here, and really excited to get started tonight. We have an interesting set of matches. I mean, we're starting off, for those of you who don't know, with Ozone Rampage versus Detonation Focus Me, and I mean, could not be more hype. We talk about the International Wildcard Tournament coming up, and, you know, right now, these are the two strongest teams in Japan with such a long history. I think these will probably be the teams we see competing head-to-head for that spot, and get a little preview of that now. We'll have to see how the rest of the season goes, but right now, pretty just hyped about the matches tonight.
Can confirm I am actually pretty hyped about the matches tonight too, and if it couldn't get any more amazing, look at these standings, and then of course we'll talk about the matches tonight as well. So Detonation Focus Me right back on top after their wins last week, and of course Ozone Rampage coming out with a pretty decent Super Week performance. I think that's fairly safe to say. Picking up two big wins for themselves then, and coming into this week, which is just about halfway through the season, Week 5 coming up, and you've only got just as many games left to play as you will have after today's matches. So halfway through the season, we're already seeing Ozone Rampage and Detonation Focus Me back up on top. And if you guys have watched Japanese League of Legends for a while, you know this actually used to be the way that you saw Japanese League of Legends is Focus Me, Rampage, right back on top. That's exactly what we find ourselves coming into today's games.
Definitely. We can't count out any of the other teams as well. Obviously, Apex has been struggling, but they brought out some new roster swaps that we'll get to see in Game 3. And we can talk about that more as we get closer to it. But, you know, additionally, Seventh Heaven really stepping it up. Technically in third place due to a penalty point from earlier, but you know, if not for that penalty, they'd be tied for first currently. And now get a chance to look at today's matchups. Of course, Ozone Rampage versus Detonation Focus Me coming up, and then in our second match, Seventh Heaven versus Rascal Jester. third versus fifth, and an excellent chance for Rascal Jester to get themselves out of the bottom of the standings. And then, of course, Rabbit 5 versus the new Apex Gaming with that new pretty hype roster. It definitely does not. Mero Maron versus Utapon. This just could not be more exciting. Mero Maron, if he gets his hand on that Corki that he's had so much success with, played it 3 out of the 4 games so far this season, versus versus Utapon, who kind of mixing it up back and forth. One of the few people in Japan who's really comfortable with that Urgot pick too. So, I think he's been mixing it up just about every week. So a lot of diversity on the side of Utapon, and of course Mero Maron sticking to that tried and true Corki for the most part, but. We've seen time and time again exactly how well it works out for him. That pick, not exactly standard in the meta, but in the hands of Mero Maron, he makes it work so well every time we see it.
Yeah, absolutely. And, of course, some interesting AD carry picks and changes. I know Callista has always been sort of the go-to AD carry because you're looking for both hard engage and carry potential in the same boat, and that's kind of what Callista offers. So you've got that as more of the traditional attack speed-focused AD carries, and then you have a very different style from Mero Maron, who's much more a spellcaster kind of AD carry with things like Ezreal and his main champion Corki, which he's always played like a hyper carry. You wouldn't know his play style unless you saw it. It's just like, all right, how hard can I carry on any champion I can find? Usually it's Corki, and it's a great matchup to talk about. But of course, we still have a few other lanes to mention. One of them, of course, joining Utapon will be the support player. And while Detonation started off with a Korean support player, he's not playing here today. It's going to be sort of a return to last season's roster with Kazu bringing up the bottom lane, their analyst, and now their support player as well, returning to play with Utapon.
Yeah, and Kazu has really stepped up his performance this season. In the past when we were playing on the North American server, he was kind of stuck in Diamond 5, struggling, but, had a good relationship with the team, had that strong bot lane synergy. Now, not only does he still retain that synergy with Utapon with that incredibly dominant laning performance, but also in his individual performances in solo queue up to Diamond 2 on the Korean server and continuing to climb, just absolutely having the slower ping, and it seems like having a little bit less pressure since he swapped over to the analyst position has really allowed him to flourish, and I'm excited to see him once again after we saw him last week.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, the bigger thing to talk about, at least for the time being, is not just the dual lanes, but for Mero Maron, he actually comes into this week as the highest KDA player in LJL. Just to give some maybe minor perspective on this, he has in the last 4 games, he has died only 5 times, and he's picked up 26 kills for a total KDA, if you count the 37 assists, of 12.6. coming into today's games. And of course, to no surprise, next AD carry down there on the list, it's Utapon. So really, really exciting to watch that matchup. But let's go ahead and run down maybe the other matchups that we have to talk about, at least so far. So in the mid lane, Saros, always the guy that I tend to look for carry potential. He's been called the Faker of Japan so far, and he's going to be going up against Tay. And at least for me, Tay hasn't shown quite the ceiling and the skill level that Saros has, but has been looking fairly good this season. So might be a lane to look for, maybe an advantage for Detonation Focus Me, or maybe a really outstanding performance from Tay.
Yeah, and definitely. And keep in mind that, of course, in the first 2 weeks, Tay was, in fact, he had the highest KDA. He did not die, actually, until that game against 7th Heaven last week. He died once, in the first week. And then outside of that has not died. He's died 4 times total over the course of 4 games. So averaging 1 death a game. Not a bad record so far. Obviously, focusing a lot on that Cassiopeia pick. Played Orianna and Ziggs as well, but I think the Cassio is the strongest pick we've seen from him so far. And, of course, that's also something we've seen from Saros. So it'll be interesting to see who can get their hands on that first, or if any team is really going to prioritize the mid picks when, once again, I think the real focus at the end of the day is still going to be those AD carry and the bot lane.
Right. You know what champion we haven't seen either mid laner play yet, Sifa?
What's that?
Is Echo. And that's because he is still globally banned. I'm excited for Echo in my League of Legends Japan games, but we won't see him this week. But that being said, this is played on the live patch. So patch 511 will be the patch that we're using tonight. So we've got nerfs to LeBlanc. We've got, let's see, what other champions took a hit?
Rise is still really strong.
That's true.
Definitely did not get nerfed, so
Nope.
definitely keep an eye out for Rise.
Actually, I believe there were Rise changes proposed, but I think they changed the way one of his spells worked, and it's like totally non-consequential to his overall power.
Yeah, when you got to the Rise section on these patch notes, you're like, oh yeah, great,
All right,
Rise
it's
section,
time.
and
All
they're
right.
their little line was, "Whoops, we'll get it next time. Sorry, everybody." Because they just didn't expect it to be so powerful. We saw EU use it. We even saw Japan use it last week, and I feel like it was kind of picked up last minute, so we saw a little bit of hesitation from the top laners who used it, but this time around, I mean, that's going to be a must-be pick or ban. I feel like it turns any top laner of any play style into a carry style top laner, just because Rise has so much raw damage, and technically about 8 seconds worth of snare total anytime he pops that passive if you can hit each snare sequentially.
Yeah, say that number again. 8?
8 seconds. So it's actually 1.75 seconds, and then you have a quarter-second window to do something before he snares you for another 1.75 seconds. And if he leads the combo with that, yeah. So over 8 seconds, you're snared for oh so much.
Yeah, that is an intriguing tale, compatriot, or just a cool story, bro, if you want to use the vernacular. And so as far as the top laners go, Bonzen has always been like the big tank champion player. So he plays Gnar, Maokai, used to play a bunch of Sion too. Now Sion's fallen out of the matchup, or at least out of the meta for top lane. But we might see the Rise coming in there again. Also, and as far as that top lane matchup does go, we've talked about every lane except the jungle. And jungle is actually somewhere that you pointed out we might have a little bit of a mismatch between these teams because the junglers play very different styles.
Yeah, Dode, he said in his interview that we had last week, more of a carnivore, likes more aggressive champions. The Lee Sin, the Rengar, likes to have those massive impacts in the early game, and tends to stray away from what we would consider more traditional champions this meta, like the Gragas, like the Rek'Sai, although he has recently proven that his Gragas is pretty comparable to a lot of other junglers. On the other hand, though, Rakenia, all about the tank meta. Sejuani, Gragas, all about initiating team fighting and kind of dictating the control on the map. So while both junglers, I would say, have very similar impacts for their teams, both of them with over 80% kill participation over the course of the 4 games, they also very different champion pools. So it'll be interesting to see if there's actually any contested picks, or if because these guys have completely separate champion pools, if they're just going to be able to get what they want without really having to worry about what the other one's going to take.
All right, so we've gone through both of the matchups. It should be noted that a couple of big changes to LJL that will impact it maybe more towards the later part of the season is that it's not just about winning LJL. Detonation Focus Me, they've already done that once. But their focus, at least in changing the roster, bringing in these Korean players, is to make it to Worlds. And that is actually possible this season because LJL, it's not just a qualifier for MSI. This time, LJL is actually a wildcard qualifier to get that wildcard space at Worlds. So a much, much bigger perspective for teams playing in LJL this season.
Yeah, and I think for any of these teams, it would be just so good for their experience and so good for Japan as a whole to send a team to Worlds. And just even being a part of the International Wildcard qualifier is a big step, but you got to imagine, if we could, whatever team is going to come out on top this season, if that team makes it to Worlds, it's going to be an amazing performance to watch and to see how that changes not only Japan, but also the World's group stage, and potentially even more will be, I think, pretty amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's nowhere to go but up and into our first game of the night as TSM versus CLG Japan style, starting off onto the Rift with Detonation Focus Me, your team on the red-hand side in the right, or on the right in the red, and of course on the blue-hand side in the right. Man, I'm just messing up my colors and directions all over the place. It's Ozone Rampage starting off in the blue. And already you can see the bans coming out here. Azir, banned versus Saros. No surprise there. Gragas banned just because he's ridiculously strong. And nobody's going to let Rise go through. And it does usually fall towards the red side team to ban that out.
Definitely. Of course, Alistair taking off the board as well. No surprises here. Want to make sure that Dara does not have that one. He's proven himself on that one once already.
That Bash Bros style with Yoda that they love to play.
Yeah, definitely really strong. Lulu also taken off the table. I like this ban in general. We've seen a lot of strong Lulu-based, Lulu Sivir kind of style compositions. So I think taking that one away early really limits what Saros is going to be able to play here. And Callista final ban for Mero Meron. So
all right.
This is interesting that they banned away the Callista and not the Corki. I think Callista is the stronger champion, but I think Mero Meron is much more proficient on the Corki here. And Dode.
Oh, there's the aggressive pick.
Yeah, that Rek'Sai pickup. This is an excellent choice from Ozone. I like that they started off with this. Gragas is off the table. They take the other incredibly strong meta jungler. And not only that, Rek'Sai, excellent matchup into Sejuani early on and excellent map mobility. So if Rakenia opts for Sejuani here, he runs the risk of getting invaded and losing either a lot of XP or his life in the early game. So has to be careful with what he decides to pick. And so far for Ozone, it's looking like a pretty solid draft. I like that they took away the Azir from Saros, the Gragas from Rakenia. They want to limit the impact of these guys who kind of can set the pace for the team, but they got to be careful because if this does get locked in here, Rakenia, as he hovers over the Nidalee, I mean, this guy is absolutely lethal. And one of the big things I want to talk about is he plays like such a perfect tank jungler 90% of the time. But man, when you put an aggressive pick in his hands, he can do so much work. And we're seeing that here. And it's the Nidalee. You know, I'm not sure how well it's going to work out here, but they have to be careful. Nidalee is just such a strong pick.
Right, and sometimes the best defense is a good offense too. So you see the Rek'Sai coming out and you're like, look, I can fight you straight up. The Nidalee pick getting locked in. And the Thresh pick there for Kazu plays more towards his individual strengths, but less towards the team's strengths as a whole. So this wouldn't be a Callista Thresh lane, mostly because she's banned, but also the other big pick as far as AD carries go is that you're not going to be able to see Thresh synergy too much with a Sivir pick, but the Sivir is actually what's locked in for Mero Meron, not going for his trademark carry champion Corki. He's going to play this team game, and this is something that neither one of these AD carries have done yet in LJL.
Oh man, okay, so here's the thing. Sivir has been incredibly powerful worldwide, but especially in Japan. I think we saw last week that Sivir kind of Lulu-style composition coming out time and time again. Part of the reason why 7th Heaven has remained so dominant. But the standard answer for this Sivir is that Vayne. Utapon, of course, not even remotely hesitating to lock that one in. Sivir,
no question about that.
You know, Sivir not only incredibly good at team fighting, but also very good at split pushing, and Vayne is an excellent answer to that. The disadvantage, though, I mean, you're giving a Muse that Hecarim that he's shown to be so comfortable on. You've got so much mobility, and now Dara and Tay look like they're ready to follow up as well. So right now, we have a team composition from Ozone that I think plays right into their strengths and is going to use wholly the strengths of both Dode and Dara as kind of initiators and, you know, Bash Bros, as you said, for dictating the pace of the game. On the opposite side, I mean, that's a Fizz and a Vayne, so now, if Detonation Focus Me can get ahead, it's a pretty strong start.
Right, and this Fizz can be top lane Fizz for Bonzen. Bonzen has always been a big tank player, but he's always played them very aggressively. And with the new way to play Fizz, it's like Cinder Hulk into like either Frozen Heart or like other big tank items, and just relying on the damage over time to work. And sure enough, there it is, the Ahri pickup. You and I were talking about this early on. Not a lot of assassin potential left in the mid lane, but the one that survived is Ahri. And with LeBlanc facing immediate nerfs, Zed having been nerfed with the extra second added to his ultimate before you can come back on that Shadow Death Mark. It's actually really interesting to see Saros clinging to the aggressive AD carry role, and that's kind of the synergy here for Detonation Focus Me. I'm looking for a tank, and I'm saying, all right, Thresh maybe, the Fizz maybe, but everything else is just straight up hardcore damage. They're looking to pick up some kills this game.
Definitely, and it's going to be all about picks and poke. You've got the Nidalee Spears to take people down so quickly. Pair that with the Charm and with the Chum the Waters coming in from Fizz. You've got excellent ways to set up kills, and from there, if you can find an advantage, Vayne's so good at cleaning up fights, so good at continuing fights. The big disadvantage here, though, is definitely that, you know, in a full 5-on-5 team fight, this Sivir pick from Mero Meron paired with the Annie, the Victor, the Hecarim, you look at this team confidence, it's tanky, it does a lot of damage, and it's all about fighting up in close and personal versus Detonation Focus Me, and they really need to find appropriate fights on their terms. If they're not careful, I mean, their comp's going to get run over, but they have some powerful picks for themselves. You talk about Japan really loving this Ahri pick, and Ahri, very flexible. She can be that assassin. She can start picks for you. She can also kind of be more of a sustained damage style. So I like that Saros went for a safer pick here. But at the end of the day, we got to go back to that bottom lane. Yutapon, Kazu, Vayne Thresh. This is kind of an old school classic versus a little bit more new school. I mean, old champions, but played in a new style. Maro Maron on that Sivir, Dara on that Annie. And, I mean, all eyes got to be on this bot lane. And really, the big question is, are we going to see a lane swap?
Yeah, lane swap's actually fairly likely this game. While Vayne does have a good matchup versus Sivir, a lot of times what Focus Me will do is they'll go for the lane swap, let Bonzing get behind, and then swap him into a solo lane once the turret's fallen so that he can stick there because his teleport timings are ridiculous. And this is the fan vote to watch because you got to look towards the 2%. Are you the 2% going in Detonation Focus Me's favor? They won last season, and they've looked strong ever since, and so to have such a close fan vote really says a lot about Ozone.
Yeah, and Ozone and Focus Me really haven't had a chance to play yet. This is the first time they've gone each other. Of course, we're finishing out the first cycle of the round robin this week, so the final team, they've beaten just about everybody else. Rabbit 5, of course, the only exception. We'll have to see if Ozone can be that kind of that exception too. And I mean, this is two completely different styles of team comp, and we talked earlier about how Sivir played by just about everybody but Ozone and Detonation Focus Me. Obviously, Ozone Rampage now picking it up today, and if this is something that they've practiced, it's going to be absolutely lethal. But on the other hand, the only team to have beaten a Sivir comp so far, from what we saw last week at least, has been Detonation Focus Me. With, Yutapon on Varus, we saw Saros with that quirky mid lane, and they just managed to turn that on its head. So while I think that this comp is incredibly powerful, I think if there's any team that can take it down, it's going to be Focus Me.
Absolutely. And so now that we've finished our champion lock-ins, I don't have too many things to talk about other than maybe the individual champions and possibly even the players themselves. So let's go ahead and run down the starting lineups for Detonation Focus Me versus Japan Rampage. And of course, starting off, I think we're going to get to the top lane matchup here in just a second. First, we have to enjoy that super sick LJL logo. In the top lane, it's a Muse for Ozone Rampage. He'll be taking on Bonzin, former KDA leader of LJL. He'll be playing the new fish in the top lane versus, of course, that standard Hecarim. And, of course, in the jungle, Korean import, it's Dode. And he'll be facing off against another Korean player, Rokenia, who's shown really, really great stats through his matchup on that time on Detonation Focus Me.
Definitely, and of course in the mid lane, it's going to be Tay versus Saros, Vixter versus Ahri, and you can see 12.25 for Tay, KDA king,
Jeez.
But Saros also the king of consistency here, as we've seen pretty solid performances from him so far. In the bot lane, Maro Maron versus Yutapon, the two 80 carry gods of Japan, Sivir versus Vayne. I don't know if we'll see them lane against each other, but it's pretty hype either way. And of course, in the support matchup, it's going to be Dara versus Kazu, getting off the bench from that analyst position, bringing it back to the game, and Annie versus Thresh. This is like the Season 3 bot lane matchup revitalized in Season 5, so I'm pretty excited to see this.
Absolutely, and it's actually kind of interesting because back about a year ago when both of these teams were rivals of each other, it actually used to be Maro Maron who is the Vayne god, and Yutapon who was trying to get that champion to that level. But let's go ahead and get into this game. If you're just out joining us, welcome to our first match of Round 5. Getting halfway through the season, and here we go. It's Detonation Focus Me, your team on the red, facing off against their longtime rivals, Ozone Rampage, in the blue on the right. Ozone Rampage grouping up for this level 1, whereas Focus Me, they're just trying to get some vision out there, and it will be Bonzin that initiates this engage.
And they know it's coming, but they're going to ward up anyway. They want a spot for the lane swap, and they want to ward the camps to see exactly where Nidalee is going to start. Lane swap, of course, incredibly important that they get the appropriate lane that they want. But additionally, Nidalee, one of the most aggressive, actually probably the most aggressive early game jungler. If she hits a spear, she will kill you in the early game. So knowing where she is absolutely crucial for Ozone's success. And that also for Detonation Focus Me, they really need to find a way to get Nidalee ahead in the early game. Rokenia has shown in a previous Nidalee performance, 10-2-8 last time he played against Apex. And obviously Apex weren't the best competition for Rokenia's Nidalee, but if Rokenia can get off to a similar start, there's not going to be a whole lot for Ozone to do, and they may never get a chance to utilize their team fight composition. Of course, a little bit of vision coming out here. Good response from Detonation Focus Me, but looks like the laning phase actually developing exactly how Focus Me wants it to.
I was just going to say a couple of really interesting ward situations. Udapon actually made it to lane before Rampage dropped their early wards to scout the lane swap, and so he hasn't actually seen what the top lane matchup is. Now, well, fortunately for Rampage, Kazu just walked over a ward, so they already know he's coming top lane, but I believe he actually timed his trip over the ward right as it expired, so it may not have scouted that matchup out.
All right, well, we'll have to see. Dara going with some pretty standard harass onto this buff, and this is actually a really smart start, knowing that with the anti-nerfs, Rakenia.
Oh my god, the flash hit, he's gonna get that last second auto attack. The Ignite's ticking down, it's first blood for Dara. He's still almost full health, and it's Bonds forced to skill up that playful trickster to get out just barely alive. Dara on the invade to pick up first blood for Rampage.
And I was about to compliment how well Udapon had frozen the top lane, how Detonation Focusing was getting the perfect start they wanted, but Ozone has done their homework. They've watched the international matches. They know exactly how to respond to that. Annie, with the quick roam into the jungle, shutting down that Nidalee early game, and that is so huge because with the changes to Nidalee, I mean, you can see Rakenia still level 1, smited out the blue buff, did find it, but then immediately went down. And this is going to be an absolute struggle for Focus Me now. They got the lane matchups they wanted, but they've lost just about everything else. And we talk about Nidalee needing a good start, needing to get ahead early on, and right now she's already on the back foot.
Wow, yeah, and so already Nidalee, like you said, the strong early game jungler. You don't pick Nidalee for her late game. I mean, maybe it's true that, you know, when you run Nidalee, you got the late game poke damage. That's always kind of been there for Nidalee. But the problem with Nidalee, at least in the current matchup, is that you're starting to see more Cinder Hulks and more of the smites run in even just the top lane. And so, okay, I'm not sure why Dode is the top laner up here. He's just kind of chilling things out. Usually you see like the solo lane champion up top, but this time around it's the jungler. Yeah, like I said, you're facing off against Cinder Hulks, against super tanks, and that's not something Nidalee does super well against.
Yeah, well, and you can see too, Ozone knows they're weaker on in the early game, and one of the big indicators of that is Amuse taking the smite as opposed to the or taking the Ignite as opposed to the Smite. The Smite gives you that Cinder Hole, gives you that late game with the challenging Smite, lets you mitigate a lot of damage, but the Ignite gives you so much more early game strength and so much more kill pressure. And it looks like we may see a dive here in the top lane. They're posturing like they want it. Oh, we're going to have to see if they can execute here. Vayne, pretty good at surviving the dives. Has Contempt, has all the summoners.
Udapon sees this coming. He's got a ward over the wall. Here comes Amuse, going to immediately get him into the wall. A knock backwards there on Dara, but Udapon's still probably dead. I think he's going to get the kill back, and yeah, there it is. Able to take down Amuse along with him, but a 1-for-1. Nonetheless, the dive big in here on Tate, snaring him just at that last second. The red buff ticking down, but there's a kill put back on Rakenia. Took that turret damage just a little bit too long.
Oh, and what an absolute mess. A nearly flawless tower dive in the top lane, well executed, tanking the tower aggro perfectly, or just about. Amuse one more shot than he needed to, just not quite enough movement speed to get out of that one. And on top of that, I mean, in the mid lane, once again, nearly perfect management of tower aggro, but Rakenia sticks around just a little bit too long. Saves the life of Saros in the process, of course, but the cost of his own life. And now Tay with an advantage with honestly a stronger early laner in Victor, and of course Amuse and the rest of the team happy to shut down Udapon early on. They took away a lot of CS from him, but still a pretty big fumble to drop that kill.
Yeah, I think honestly a pretty big fumble to drop the first kill of the game when Dara just walks into the enemy jungle. You can tell that Rakenia and Bonzin had no idea what to do in that situation. They just saw the aggressive pick in that Annie jungle and just like, well, which way is up? How do we deal with this? Weren't able to make it happen. So mid lane also Tay, masterful defense of that dive, gets out just barely alive and is able to pick up that red buff along with it for even a stronger early game against Sarosari.
Definitely. And we talked early on about how much Rakenia and Dode affect each of their respective teams, as we said, 80% kill participation. And so Rakenia right now falling behind means pretty much every Focus Me lane is going to be on their own because Nidalee just needs to farm her jungle, just needs to play safe, especially after that failed gank in the mid lane. And as a result, Ozone, specifically Dode, have a lot of free reign to roam around, to get deep wards, to get pressure on the map, and quite frankly, if they find another kill, it's easily going to result in a first dragon or a tower. They just have such a massive advantage. Dara, look at this, fearlessly walking in there to place that ward, knows that no one can contest.
Yeah, Dara's he's made himself completely at home in the enemy jungle. And you can really see a big focus by Rampage on the jungle itself to try to say, look, we're going in there. It's not a secret mission. We've set up our eyes absolutely everywhere. You see everything. It's mostly on that lower half, though, but still nice awareness there by Focus Me to say, look, we know exactly where their jungler is, too. Doge showing on a ward on the top half of the map, and really a pretty free early game, so he hasn't been challenged too much, aside from getting that 3-man dive.
And when we look at Utapon, look at the map vision on the top side as well. Utapon so safe in this top lane. Multiple pink wards laid down to protect him. Scuttle Crab consistently taken out by Rakenia. Utapon, his whole team is making sure that he can farm safely by creating as much vision in that area as possible. So while, as you said earlier, so much vision in the jungle and so much emphasis on stopping Rakenia from Ozone, Detonation Focus Me clearly putting their emphasis on keeping to Vayne farming.
Oh, there's another engage there by Seros, completely out of mana, but that's just enough damage with Rokania to be able to pick up that kill. However, the cavalry arrives, and it's Amuse to come back in to grab his second kill of the game. And right on time, there's Dode and Dara. Called them the Brash Bros. Now it's like the Queen and little tiny evil. I don't know if you want to adjust that matchup. Either way, instantaneously, 5 champions from Ozone Rampage show up in the mid lane. Even though they aren't in time to save Tay, they are in time to group for this early dragon.
And of course, excellent play from Ozone here. They use a great use of the teleport, and Amuse, of course, with that ignite, snowballing early on. 2-1-0 now his score, and despite the fact that he's falling behind in farm, he's going to remain even on gold just because of those 2 kills. So Amuse doing pretty well from himself. This kind of beckons back to his Hecarim performance in the first week as well. And, you know, an excellent start for Ozone. If they can keep finding kills and getting objectives, this game is going to be very easy for them, and it's going to be even easier for them to find kills and objectives now that Sivir is level 6 and they have access to On the Hunt. They're going to be able to force fights whenever they want to.
Continually landing these charms. Seros is doing a really good job with that, but you can tell he's kind of thinking twice to himself, like, all right, do I go aggressive off that charm? Because he's been ganked so many times, and it's not just a gank, it's like 3 champions in his lane, so definitely something to think about. One sort of silver lining to this somewhat cloudy start for Detonation Focus Me is that Bonzen on Fizz is actually ridiculously strong right now. While he doesn't have those kills, he's got 60 CS up. That's a 20 CS advantage off that lane swap, so really, really putting himself in a good position now that he's finally going to get into that 1v1.
And definitely, and Fizz, of course, just so strong in this early game, especially with that challenging smite and Hecarim. Despite having that ignite, it really just not going to be able to trade effectively. Challenging smite offers too much. Additionally, Playful Trickster, that troll pull, just too powerful here. Ooh, Seros throwing out so many skill shots. And the top lane, you know, the kills are keeping Amuse in this, but he does need to find a way to either farm safely or to you know, just to keep up with Bonzen. Bonzen, though, no fear here, and this is kind of the strength of Cinderhulk Fizz. He just pretty much does not care who you put him up against, because between the passive, which mitigates that auto attack damage, on top of the Cinderhulk, which is going to give him more tanky stats, on top of Playful Trickster, I mean, no one can really take that Fizz down.
Oh, Ignite actually used onto Bonzen, of course, countering that out with a nice Chum the Waters. But Amuse still has his ultimate up, so Bonzen is very, very vulnerable to being dove. He's going to have to wait for this troll pole to come right back up. Do not dive this Fizz, but I can almost promise you Rampage are going to go for it. They've literally got a skill named Rampage in the top lane, but Bonzen uses all of his escape spells just for mobility, and that's an easy ult from Amuse to take him down.
Definitely a little bit of a mistiming there. Needed to get hit by something before he Playful Trickstered, but excellent coordination of the CC coming in for Ozone. Did not give Bonzen a chance to smite, and because he was so low, just between the Onslaught of Shadows and the Unburrow from Rek'Sai, they are able to pick that one up. And I mean, we talked about Hecarim needing to get kills to stay in this matchup. Not only did he get the assist there, but also was able to mitigate a lot of the CS differential. And Focus Me, they're on the bottom side. They have the pressure now, but there's no dragon there for them anymore. So not really able to respond with anything else. And this is a pretty impressive performance from Ozone, honestly, doing way more than I thought they would with this early game.
Yeah, and I mean, Detonation Focus Me are trying to go for that roam bottom lane, but they didn't have a way to clear out the Scuttle Crab, and so they just walked over that. And even then, they're still trying to gank a Sivir. How are they going to do that? Well, primarily, it's going to be either off an Ahri Charm, she wasn't even there, or the Thresh Hook from Kazu off of his mobility boots by, but it's the Spell Shield. Like, you don't gank that with a Thresh as your sole form of getting all up onto him. So I,
Engage. I like getting up all up onto him too, though. I think that's a pretty good
with
way.
the way that we've been seeing the supports play this game, there's definitely a little bit of thug life in the support role. They go in and like picking up kills in the enemy.
I mean,
jungle.
not from Kazu, but Dara. Yeah, definitely looking pretty mean. He just no respect for the for the line of scrimmage that's supposed to go down the river right about now.
Kazu's got no respect for that ward right there. He just took it out, merciless.
Of course, I'm really glad that you pointed out the spell shield from Sivir, because that is so important. We mentioned earlier, this is a pick comp. They need to find single targets. They're not going to win these bigger team fights. And when you have that spell shield, and when you have so few engage options on the side of Detonation Focus Me, Sivir's not really a viable target for them to find a pick on, and that's so hard because she's one of the larger sources of damage. So they really need to find something on to Tay, and Tay may not have a spell shield, but he has Cleanse. So I feel like Ozone may have won out here in picks and bans just because they seem to have mitigated all of their losses with smart choice in summoner spells and also in champions.
Yeah, and now we're also going to see a turret fall down in the top lane. First turret of the game, and Bonzen just cannot fight Amuse. Amuse even probably could have ulted in after him. Should have forced out the Chum the Waters. But yeah, Bonzen, he's just not at that Cinder Hulk. He needs Cinder Hulk. He needs maybe a Frozen Heart there too to be able to get these sustained fights, which actually should be pretty good. But now he's got Rokenia trying to come up. There's the challenging smite, and Amuse is going to have to look for a smite opportunity or an ult opportunity. Couldn't ult away, couldn't ult in. Easy gank there from Rokenia, starting to get Bonzen going.
Definitely going to help Bonzen out there, and the gold still obviously going to be in the favor of Amuse, but we see the response on the bottom side is a turret's going to drop for this, and Ozone, I mean, playing out of their minds. This was a team that was so, quite frankly, inconsistent last season, and this season they've looked so much better with these new imported players, and responding instantly on that kill in the top lane with the tower in the bottom lane. And you think about that, now they have a 2-tower lead and about a 2K gold lead as well, and they're just playing pretty flawlessly, honestly. I mean, a few missteps in tower dives for sure, but other than that, pretty much on point today.
Yeah, the really interesting thing about Ozone is, as far as teams that brought in, Korean players to play on their rosters, Dota and Dara were going to Chunam Technical University. It's one of the bigger universities in Korea, and they're actually drafted as part of that program, the esports program at the college. So a nice connection there. But for Ozone Rampage, they actually picked who I think a lot of people expected to be the two weaker Korean imports, but they've shown such incredible synergy together, having this sort of Bash Bros combo where they just roam around the map picking up a bunch of kills. Haven't actually utilized this, although we do see them kind of, having some fellowship in their own jungle. Now it's going to be about, Kazu actually going to go in there. Immediate cleanse force out there, so Tay's going to be maybe a little bit more mobile, but there's Seros dashing back in. A teleport from Bonzen, going to help pick up that kill onto Victor. Tibbers comes down, but it's not actually going to block that much. Kazu gets a nice play backwards onto Amuse, but he's still going to jump in, looking to pick up 1 kill, maybe 2, but Seros with a nice flash over the wall. Turns around for the extra move speed off that orb deception, but a flash Q, and that's the ignite. Dara, he's going to pick up that kill. Actually, no kiss into Amuse. Double ignite onto Seros, finally able to take him down, and that's a 2-for-1 in Rampage's favor.
And Rampage played nearly flawlessly there once again on that engage. A little bit of a late TP from Amuse, of course, cost the life of Tay, but due to that missed Chum the Waters from Bonzen, they really were not able to disengage that fight whatsoever, and Maron on point with that on the hunt. And of course, Dara, I mean, previously he's kind of the support who matches the style of his ADC, but this game he's like, Maron, you do your thing, you farm your lane, I'm gonna roam, I'm gonna make plays, and he's been excellent. 2-man Tibbers stun, the ignite, incinerate, or ignite, disintegrate, any skills, weirdly named, to finish up that kill on Seros as well, and just a nearly flawless play from him, but Detonation Focus Me now responding with a dragon of their own in kind. However, they're still losing by a pretty large margin, about 3K, only 16 minutes in, and this is so uncharacteristic Detonation Focus Me.
Yep. But it should be focused on. Oh man, here goes Seros again, lands another charm on a Tay, but has to use his ult ultimately defensively to get away. Let's go ahead and get a quick replay of the way this dragon fight starts. Initially actually really good for Detonation Focus Me. They get a nice pick there on Tay, a good teleport timing from Bonzen, but look at how big a factor both Dara and Amuse are. Dara getting the nice tippers down early, and Amuse just crushing this team fight. Incredible amounts of damage. not even Steros can finally get away, with Dara able to get that flash, Q, Incinerate, and the Ignite down. The double Ignite to take down Steros there too. And now 1 assist off of the 420 score in the top lane. Amuse has built a Trinity Force, so he's going the super aggressive Hecarim build with Ignite and Trinity Force instead of the super defensive build with Smite and Cinderhulk, which is what you can see Bonzin doing. So, I mean, but it's not that Bonzin's doing badly, but now he actually is now down in CS, but oh man, Meron versus Unipod. Oh, Unipod blew his flash early, and Meron is able to get out with the flash over the wall.
Yeah, and of course, Udapon, hungry for those 1v1 duels, knows he has the advantage in that situation, but Meron more than happy to jump on out of that one. Doesn't want to risk fighting anymore. Obviously, it's not a matchup he's going to come out on top in, but Rokenia could be hungry for blood on the bottom side of the map. Nidalee still hasn't really had an impact this game around, and honestly, we came in talking about Dode being the aggressive jungler, but look at his build this time around. Look at that Rek'Sai, Sightstone, Cinderhulk. This is the defensive build. Honestly, the standard build in the meta, and it's so strong, and it's all about getting other people ahead. And this kind of selfless play and selfless build is totally and absolutely uncharacteristic of Dode, uncharacteristic of the guy that we met at the start of this season. And the fact that he's mixed it up and gone something more team-focused shows exactly how serious they are about coming out on top here and how quickly he's developing as a jungler. I mean, 1-0-4, flawless score so far, and Sightstone providing so much for his team, clearing out vision on your... I'm just absolutely impressed by the sudden change in the playstyle here from Dode.
Yeah, it's a big transition. I'll never forget the first game I watched of Dode in LJL. He played Lee Sin and then flashed over the top lane wall to land a point-blank Q underneath the turret to find first blood. I was just like, happening here. I've never seen these kind of plays before. Big engage here on the mid lane, but Seros able to disengage just quickly enough, retreat back to his turret. So Rampage trying to find the picks or at least make the plays currently, but Focus Me able to deal with it.
And this is the big thing about Japan as a region is the most part teams aren't really comfortable diving towers. We saw some early tower dives, but mid-game tower dives are relatively unheard of in the Japanese meta. It's mostly about dragon control and dragon fights, and when they don't have dragon to kind of fight over, they generally tend to struggle to find picks. Right now, though, it looks like they may use some smart map movement.
Oh, but Dara going in big behind the turret. Lands that stun on Rokenia. Rokenia gonna flash out. He's safe and sound. Dara, though, will go actually down to Seros. A big death sentence actually misses, and Kazu will fall because of it, getting up close and personal, but a little bit too much. It's a 2-for-2 exchange overall, and even after the dive, I'm not sure if Rampage... Okay, Rampage have another wave of minions coming in, so off of that wave, they will be able to take down that second-tier bottom lane turret. But in the meantime, Udapon most likely going to pick up a turret kill of his own.
And let's just throw everything we knew about this team out of the window. Meron only plays Corki. Nope. Picking up the Sivir for the team. Dode only plays aggressive. Nope. Picking up Rek'Sai, building for the team, and now tower diving as well so confidently because they know they have an advantage here. Oh, quick engage.
Yeah, and that is, yeah, there's no way to get out of there for Rokenia. He gets smoked down there at the end, and yeah. That's kind of this sign of the times, the zeitgeist, if you will. When you look at the enemy, look at the detonation Focus Me jungle, and see Rokenia dying to people just walking up and killing him 1v1 in his jungle. Had it happen earlier on, a little bit of deja vu there. As well for Rokenia. I'm pretty sure I just used French and German on a Japanese League of Legends cast, so I'll try to keep the languages.
League is an international sport. This is an international wild card or card qualifying region. It seems almost fitting. And honestly, right now, Ozone kind of absolutely changing the Japanese meta from this game alone. Their play is just absolutely different than anything we've seen so far. They're so confident. Their early game was so calculated, and right now, honestly, they're looking so much stronger than Focus Me. Focus Me, I think, may have underestimated their opponents here because just the amount of macro plays that have been made, the amount of smart map movement coming in from Ozone Rampage is just something we have yet to see from them in any case. And this game, it's just suddenly there. It feels like out of nowhere.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, another big addition to Rampage that you don't really get the opportunity to talk about too much is their new coach, Dragon. Dragon came over with the 2 Korean players, Dode and Dara, and to try to help turn Ozone Rampage around. Last season, they didn't practice, they didn't scrim, they didn't play together as a team. They just showed up on game day, played it out, and it didn't go very well for them. Now, they're obviously very individually talented, and so it wasn't like they were close to getting relegated last season, but they also weren't close to being the top team that everyone expected them to be. And this season, they've got a new coach who's whipping them into shape and really, really helping them shine.
And it's definitely, I mean, as you said, helping them shine, shining. God, so they're just playing so well. I'm still so blown away by this. Of course,
Would you say they are in fact shining bright like a diamond
I was
in the dark?
trying so hard not to say that. That's why I struggled to find words there. But
I got your back. Don't worry. That's why we have co-casters.
all right. Well, you can see now, Detonation Focus Me, this is an interesting response to them. They're making sure to try to get something else in response, but they're really only going to be able to grab this blue buff here because Amuse is just so strong. Even Utapon on this vein, 200 farm, almost has Blade of the Rune King, and the Yomu's not going to be able to duel this Hecarim. Hecarim just so powerful at this point.
Yeah,
Frozen Heart, Trinity Force. And, I mean, for Focus Me right now, once again, they're going to need to take a step back, get deep wards, find picks. They cannot fight, and they cannot put themselves in a position where they have to fight. And unfortunately, with Baron on the table and this lineup getting stronger and stronger, eventually they're going to have to contest or take something for themselves. Right now, though, they're pretty free to farm up. They're pretty free to play safely. And if they can find a single fight to gain a large advantage on this Fizz, on this Vayne, or even on this Ahri, they may be able to turn this game around. But right now, definitively in the favor of Ozone.
Yeah, but if there's one style that Detonation know how to play, it's the we've got the best AD carry in Japan and we're going to prove it to you, where they just put all their eggs in the Utapon basket, hop in his backpack, and he just runs straight on towards the Nexus, killing everything in his path. There is still like a 60% attack speed buff on Rokenia's Primal Surge, so if you're looking to get that hyper carry Vayne, the potential is there. But first they have to solve a couple of big problems. That is, what do they do about Amuse? This guy's 6'2 and 2, just completed a Spectre's Cowl. He's in base if he wants that teleport home guard mobility, but is actually going to come right back out on the map to push the mid lane out. But yeah, Amuse right now, the big anti-carry, kind of like that Maokai top lane, the champion that you pick when you really don't want the enemy AD carry to do well.
Yeah, and luckily for Focus Me, they have enough wave clear for Saros right now that no one is really going to be able to take down this turret without kind of diving any further. Of course, they are very vulnerable to a dive here, though, because no one can contest Amuse, and, you know, Bonzen trying to do his very best to stop him. But Fizz, not really known for his wave clear, has to really jump into the center of those creeps to get anything. And, you know, you can see him jumping on Amuse, but just the Hecarim with that Trinity Force ripping through his life bar so quickly. And I mean, Focus Me are kind of just slowly bleeding out here, but if they can find a pick, if they can find a kill, they can turn it around. Until then, though, Ozone just taking this nice and slow, not trying to overextend for anything, just taking their time here.
That laser hit on Rokenia took him down to about half HP. Now Dara, though, the one down to half HP off of a spear landed by Rokenia. So Poke going right back and forth. And this is actually kind of interesting. You don't have like a straight up Poke comp on either side, but just Poke elements starting to land. Yes, and it does hit Dode, but there's an immediate engage. Charm actually stops Dode from being able to finish his engage. Here comes Amuse off the TP, gonna nail Utapon into the wall and force him immediately to flash out. So a flash being blown there from Utapon is really going to limit his options, but it does stop the Ozone engage and keeps everyone from Detonation alive.
Definitely, and I think honestly for Amuse there, he really did not need to teleport in that circumstance. He really just could have canceled the teleport and opted to push bottom once they saw Thresh blow the flash, once they knew they weren't going to find that engage, but they're going to get something anyway, it looks like, getting this turret down at least.
Yeah, Dode is forced to flash away there, and then Chum the Water is able to land on a Tay. Chilling Smite on the Bonzen to limit his mobility, but there's Dara with a flash 3, man! Tibber's stun. A big Chaos Storm from Tay is going to get him on a killing spree, and now even though it's a big dive in the back, you got to watch out for Saros there in the front lines. Gets run over, but will find the counter kill, shutting down Amuse. So a 4 for 2, or 4 for 1 actually overall. A narrowly fought team fight, especially for Dara, who got out with like 100 HP. Very close for him, but man, that big Tibber stun, you just can't survive that.
No, definitely not.
Udupon
Udupon
can't survive the 1v2 in the mid lane. Yeah, Tumble not super great at avoiding click high damage spells. Walks his way into a 2v1 that he can't get out of.
And of course, Dode coming in there with the Prey Seeker or the Cinderhulk AoE. I'm not sure which one to snag that kill. Says, I built selflessly. Just give me this, okay, Tay? Takes that one for himself. Obviously, no harm, no foul. Works out. Now we're going to get a sight of this play from earlier. So obviously, this is after the initial fight. They've blown the flashes. They're trying to find something, and they funnel themselves into this opening here, as you're going to see them back off, and just a good read from Dara. Flash, boom, 3-man Tibber stun, as you called it out earlier. Everything that they needed to force those fights. And this is what we talked about. Ozone, the team fight team. On the backside, Saros. Look at him. He looks like he's so low, but he does so much damage there. Udupon, Blade of the Rune King, plus that Silver Bolt proc. Gonna shut him down, but kind of just a consolation prize for his team losing so much, as we now see a 6k gold difference. And Ozone, so confident. Dara and Dode setting the pace for this game, finding the initiations, and every other member of Rampage there to follow up. And it's working out so well.
The big difference you can see here is maybe not evident quite as much in the scoreline, even though there's a huge CS advantage for Amuse. But Bonzen really just doesn't have the concept of how you're supposed to play this top lane tanky Fizz. He doesn't deal damage, and he's playing it like, okay, I can dive into this fight, draw their attention, and you'll be this tank. But he's diving in kind of by himself, and even if you're a tank, that's not the way you want to use it. And especially if Fizz is like counter-engage potential, actually really huge. Oh man, Rokeni actually going to try to fight Amuse here. Amuse is a god right now. You don't just fight him, even with your entire team there. It's going to take a miracle to take him down, but speaking of miracles, Dragon is up, and so is Baron. And if there's any way to find a miracle, it's at that Baron buff.
And really, Focus Me cannot contest this. They really just need to take the Dragon in exchange for the Baron. If they try to fight this right now, with Hecarim so strong, with that anti-engage potential, they're not going to come out on top. You can see Rokenia throwing out spears, trying to find something. Focus Me may try to back off here, and it looks like Ozone, they got this lead. They don't want to throw it away. They're being a little bit hesitant with it, and we may see the flank coming in here, and already an engage.
Oh man, another big engage by Amuse. He's actually going to take that fish and use his ult defensively to stay alive. Saros drops the ignite and might actually take him down in the back, but look at Dode. He's right on top of the carry line. Actually going to find Bonzen. No, Bonzen's flipping out. He's going to get a nice heal there from Rokenia to keep him alive, and here comes Udupon. Yeah, that's not where you want to drop Tippers. Immediately gets grabbed. A kind of night and day performance here from Dara. No kills, no stuns, really not a lot of presence there in that fight. And that was actually really good for Focus Me. They'll take the Dragon. They won't lose Baron for it. Now they will lose their red buff, which might be a little bit of a hit to Udupon, but overall didn't lose the team fight, and that's a big change to what we've been seeing.
Yeah, and really for Ozone, they tunnel visioned on Udupon. They were way too distracted by that Vayne, and they didn't see or respect Dode being in the backline, so they really misused that Rek'Sai ultimate, and unfortunately Ozone not able to get anything in that exchange. However, their gold lead is continuing to grow. 5 turrets to 2, of course, 49.2k to 41.7, and I mean, Ozone's still playing incredibly well, but they need to kind of tune it up in team fights if they want to close this one out, because Udupon continuing to scale up on this Vayne, Saros getting to the point where he does damage, and Bonzen, you know, has struggled to have an impact on this Fizz so far, but pretty soon here he's going to have an impact. He's going to, you know, start to scale more and more, especially with that challenging smite, and it's going to be difficult for them to deal with, as Amuse, that Ignite's going to start to lose its effectiveness as we approach the 35-40 minute mark.
Now, one thing it will do is that it'll stop Udupon from healing off his Blade of the Ruined King. So that might in the 1v1, because as the Hecarim, you're diving the AD carry. A couple of things actually. I think it was the top laner for Apex Art Gaming pointed out about the Hecarim versus Vayne matchup. It's kind of like Hecarim versus Urgot. It's the carry that you look for into the Hecarim so that you can knock him back when he tries to get those big engages. I mean, granted, he's going to be able to dive you untargetable with the fear, but at the same time, you're still going to be able to condemn him off of you and maybe look for the outplay afterwards. So Udupon, I really want to see the QSS come out, but he's looking for an Infinity Edge next, or maybe just a Last Whisper. I think Last Whisper would be the best buy. They're Dode in a 1v3, but tanky. Not able to get taken out there, but oh man, you gotta look for Amuse. A Righteous Glory landed. There's a fish onto Amuse, and it's actually that they should focus to be able to try to turn this one around. Amuse very, very low, but he's gonna go down, and Tay trying to run away. He's ignited. Bonzen able to take that fight, and That's actually really good for Focus Me, trading the top laner for support.
And really, from what this is coming down to, is Detonation Focus Me are just looking so much more confident in these exchanges. They know that they can weave in and out of the fight because they have so much mobility on this lineup. And Ozone, really, what they need to do is pull the trigger. They need to engage on one person, find a kill. But you can see their split focus. Dode goes in, tanks down to about half health, backs out, goes in again because the Muse is on the back line. And the rest of the team just seems a little bit lost. Dara only landing the stun onto one Ahri, but after she's already mid-Spirit Dash animation and is on her way out. So, I mean, Focus Me, we've seen them come back like this before, and this is that team fighting confidence, that individual performance confidence, and really paying off for them. Of course, they're still kind of positioned in a poor spot, honestly, still pretty far behind, and one team fight could break the inhibitor line in their favor, but right now Focus Me are kind of just weaving in and out, finding small engages on their terms, and doing pretty well for it.
Man, and all of a sudden we're 32 minutes into the game, and you just look at the gold count right there. That is, what is it, 8,000 gold difference, depending on how you want to count the gold. That's not a great place to be for Detonation Focus Me, but they're still fighting these fights remarkably well, trying to weaving in and out and making Ozone Rampage sort of question whether or not they actually want to go in for these engages.
Definitely, and I mean, honestly, at this point in the game, a lot of the responsibility is still on Dode and Dara. They were really the big reason why this gold advantage was created earlier on, and now, as we've moved on, now that they've gotten their solo laners ahead, now that Amuse, Tay, and Maron are each looking pretty strong, there's now a lot of pressure on them to find a single good engage, and if they can do that, Inhibitor line will drop, or Baron will drop, and it'll be easy, honestly, for Ozone to push for deeper objectives, to break the inhibitor line. But right now, still waiting on that good engage. On the opposite side for Focus Me, they have the Vayne, they have the Ahri. They're scaling up pretty well. They want to get this Vayne to a position in a fight where she can really come out on top, and it's going to be hard to do.
No Raptors to hook to, but he's out of there. I get scared anytime I see a Muse try to use his warpath. It's like something's going to die, but he's actually maybe starting to fall off a little bit. It's had some questionable engage decisions.
Yeah, and it really just comes down to decision making. Every single champion on Ozone is strong right now, but if they can't group and function as a team, they're still going to lose.
Dode is so tanky right now. He's like, well, I wonder what damage I'm going to die to. AP, and then Unipon. So it's just stacked magic resistance, and it's almost indestructible, but Rampage. They just take down that Baron for free, and now they're going to catch Bonzin. Unipon, nowhere to go. Unipon, though, does get a nice QSS. He's going to tumble away with Blade of the Ruin King lose speed. And just perfectly played there for Unipon, able to get out of that safe and sound. But man, that Baron, no contesting there. Focus Me just gave that one away.
And Focus Me really could not afford to contest it because, I mean, the worst thing that they can do is group in one of those funnels, give Dara an opportunity to find a stun, and really the question now is what is Ozone going to do with this? They've struggled in the past, even with a Baron buff, to break the inhibitor line, and if they can find that confidence now, ending this game will be easy. But if they keep hesitating, if they keep making, these sloppy engages, things aren't going to go well. And you can see how much their hard work, how much the research and the coaching has paid off for them in the early game. But the mid and the late game, still looking a little bit disjointed for them. Whereas for Focus Me, I mean, they've been here so many times and they look so confident in every stage of the game. And while they faltered so much early on, they're bringing it back pretty quickly. And despite the gold lead still being heavily against them, their team play, map play, and team coordination are looking better than Ozone's right now.
With a QSS completed for both AD carries, I'm kind of questioning, like, what is Theros' job this game? He needs that Void Staff, but he almost has the gold for it. He needs this one, like, Wolf Camp to be able to pick it up, but it's not actually there. He finds a Muse here, but just the Assassin Ahri, like, no Void Staff, like, there's so much magic resistance. We have double Spirit Visage, double Mercury, only one Mercury Treads, but we're looking for maybe double Maw of Malmortius with that second Hex Drinker. How is Ahri supposed to function here when you can't actually reliably pick someone off?
That's a tough spot to be for sure, and assuming Rokenia does not keep landing spears, it should actually be very easy for Ozone to siege this tower out, because the only wave clear option is that Ahri, and you can see a single charm only taking out half of a cannon minion's life bar means that it's going to get at least 10 or 20 shots on this turret before it drops here, and Amuse doesn't even care, pushing it for more damage, and oof, Rokenia.
One spin and auto attack, and Rokenia is down to half HP. Just going in for the dive. Rokenia gets a nice shield there from Kazu's Lantern. They're going to slow Amuse underneath that turret. Spear's going to land. Amuse is actually tanking this turret up. The Death Sentence to pull him in, and that's Amuse going down in a 1v2.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Amuse, of course, dropping out there, definitely did not need to die, but because he died, because so many members had to come over and pay attention to him, namely Kazu coming over to save Rokenia with that clutch Dark Passage shield, it means the mid lane turret's going to drop, and though they don't lose the inhibitor, I mean, you think about that. Next time Sivir and the rest of her team are full health, that's one on the hunt into the base, take the inhibitor, and it's just that easy for them. And now a 10k gold lead in Ozone Rampage. I thought this game might be close. I thought this game might be Detonation Focus me favored because they've been so strong in the past in this matchup, but this game so heavily in the favor of Ozone. I don't think anyone expected this.
But you see that 10,000 gold lead. I'm playing devil's advocate because I actually think Detonation Focus Me might be able to come back from this. They're 10k down, but they just picked off that top laner. Amuse has been, you know, I want to just say the carry for the early part of this game. He's 7-5-3, but he's actually coming off of a 7-2-3 score, something along those lines, and has done nothing but die like 2-3 times in a row. And like you said earlier, it's not about the gold or the kills or whatever, it's the decision-making that wins you games. And when you decide to die in a 1v2, you saw just how much that hurt Ozone Rampage as they were trying to push mid.
Well, it does mean that they got the mid lane turret, but you are right that it meant that they couldn't get anything more. If Amuse had lived, they may have been able to transition that into an inhibitor or into another objective or more map control. So it's definitely not a flawless performance from Ozone, but it's pretty close, honestly, and better than what we've seen from them in the past, but oof.
Oh man, flash forced out there by Toad. Nice hook by Kazu. Toad's still pretty indestructible. You can see Rokenia and Zeros just cannot do a single thing, and Tay just blows Nidalee up. There's the engage onto Kazu. Kazu dead, Thresh down, and now a further engage into the base. Bonzen will get stunned out there just a little bit. Gonna put some damage down onto Dara, but once again, just, you can't deal magic damage at this point in the game. And look at where Unipod is. He's weak in the back. Bonzen might actually just dive with a slow laser. Amuse can't quite dive. Unipod is actually kind of pulling a Marin where you block the creep waves, but he missed one. Let it through onto that now dead inhibitor. Amuse does get charmed there underneath the turret, but there's nothing Seros can do even with that Void Staff completed.
And Ozone, honestly, so confident there. They get the quick pick, they transition it into more kills on the hunt, used as expected to just blow through that inhibitor turret, and then transitioning it into so much more. Udapon getting a little cheeky, trying to jump into the back line and take out Meron, get rid of that speed boost. But, I mean, it's just not enough. And, I mean, even on this live patch where the speed boost is a little bit diminished, you can still see how strong it is, how good Meron is on this character, and how, you know, how much his team benefits from having that movement speed steroid. You know, as you said, Amuse, hands down, big source of damage here. No one can ignore this Hecarim, 7-5-4, and functionally immune to magic damage, as you said. Really, for Ozone, you know, it seems like early game, confident. Mid game, a little bit lacking, a little bit struggling. And now in the late game, once again, they found that stride, and Kazu found a Rek'Sai.
Kazu could definitely hook his way out of this one, but instead is most likely just going to die. There's Amuse and everyone else right on top of him. Zeros forced the Spirit Rush away, but I'm not even sure that's going to put enough distance between him. Barely able to escape. Amuse does get the turnaround charm. Shark going to land there. Amuse taking a bunch of damage, and there's actually a Spear to help Bonzen take him down. Now, Bonzen's still not immortal there, but neither is Unipon. Unipon, the flash stun right into Tay. Scoring yourself some vein spotting points there as a double kill comes in for the victor.
That right there was absolutely beautiful. Excellent position coming in from there.
Oh my god. Tay does actually 1 million damage when you run into that build. Oh my god. And he's able to chunk Seros out of that fight. I was checking to see if this is the Warlock build, but no, it's actually... That's a Fiendish Codex. He didn't even complete the Morellonomicon. And he's got kind of a wacky assortment of items, but all of them deal a ton of... There's the flash in for the auto attack, killing off Rokenia underneath that turret. Now Zeros is going to jump in, and with the turret laser, no, not able to find that kill onto Tay. Kazu's still underneath the turret, still alive just barely, but even he isn't going to stay that way for much longer. The Boomerang Blade, there's Dode for the knockup, and it's an ace taken down very appropriately by Dara.
And Dara, I mean, absolutely the MVP of this game. Detonation Focus Me needed to get ahead early on. They needed this Nidalee pick to have an impact, but when you have an Annie show up and solo kill you so early on, it throws everything out the window, and just excellent play, finding the engages time and time again to pull that one together. Dara and Dode, we were both a little skeptical at the start of the season, but clearly they have found their home in Ozone Rampage, and they are making plays left and right, and unfortunately for Utapon, this is not a game going in his highlight reel, as Tay just, as you said, just a million damage, just instantly taking him out.
Yeah, Utapon specifically, as we drew towards the late game, which is why you pick a Vayne, like, you pick it so that in the late game you can go off in these big team fights. So many high priority threats, and he just didn't deal with them effectively enough. He was unable to get into fights. In fact, several times he found himself, like, way behind in the back of the fight, and you're just like, what is he supposed to do here? Look at this damage graph. This is damage dealt just to champions. Look at Utapon. He dealt almost less damage than the Cinder Hulk Fizz that got dominated in the lane phase.
Definitely, and I mean, to be fair, one of the big strengths of Cinder Hulk Fizz is that when enemies are low, he does do a lot of damage, as we did see him pick a kill up in the end. But yeah, I really feel like from Detonation Focus Me, they built a composition that was just way too reliant on snowballing, way too reliant on finding early advantage. And when it didn't happen, I mean, not only did they get outmaneuvered by Ozone, but also just outperformed overall. And
out-tanked, too. You can see the damage taken stat. Dode and Amuse that game just tanked ridiculously well. Dode finished that game as an aggressive player. He built nothing but tanky items, and of course the Maw of Malmortius. 3-0-16. And while he may not have like super carried the game, just having that body to set in front, it completely neutered anything that Saros wanted to do. Even though he did the most damage to champions, those champions were meant to take the damage that he was dealing to them, and it just was not effective.
Yeah, and I mean, Dode and Dara, we've said this 100 times, and we'll say it again. I mean, at the end of the day, all the damage stats, the kill stats, all go in the favor of the remaining players of Ozone. But when you look at the playmakers, at the people who made these gold advantages happen, who made these tower dives possible, it comes down to Dara and Dode.
Right, that's right. So we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with game number 2. The LJL continues right after this.
The difference between winning and losing isn't measured in meters or seconds anymore. Now it's micrometers and milliseconds. Every challenge is a call to play smarter, to push further, to be better. That's why we put every aspect of gaming under the microscope and obsess over every detail. If it doesn't exist, we build it. We test, we retest. With every breakthrough, we push gaming a step forward. And every step forward is an opportunity for a new breakthrough. We are Logitech G. Gaming is our passion. Winning is our pursuit. Science is our method.
自信もあって勝てるだろうっていう意気込みで臨んだんですけど、まあそうです、そのままアッポさんの言った通り初戦からずるずる負けが込んでって最後まで手が届かず上位のチームに感じでしたね、はい、悔しかったですね。
サムナネームはクルーザー RJ ひろきです。得意チャンピオンはワーウィックです。でロールはジャングルです。プレースタイルはとりあえず中立キャンプを勝ってワードを指します。たまたま募集してたんで応募したらなんか即採用みたいな感じでバイトみたいに軽いなそんな感じですね本当に。ソロ級よりもワードを置く場所とかオブジェクトの取り方とか違ったんで、まあ、最初は戸惑いました。でも今も結構微妙ですねまだ分かんないことばっかなんでこれから教わって覚えます。リールベルトさんです。あんま怖くないです。
いつもバチバチ言われてますバチバチ言われてます毎試合ごとにバチバチ言われてます。
いやそんなことないです確かにワード置かなかったりした時は言われたけど、あとは守らずに中立キャンプ勝ってたりしたら言われてた言われてためちゃくちゃねリールさんに言われましたね。
2試合に1回は言われるよね、
そうですね。
ボロクソに言われます。
そうやっぱ危機感はありますよね正直なんか結構セブンスであったりランページであったりアナリストを入れて結果してるじゃないですか。そういう部分でやっぱり危機感ありますけど、欲しいのは欲しいですけど、いなかったらいなかったらなんか自分たちなんですかね、責任感みたいなのが増えるじゃないですか。なんとも言えない感じですね結論は。
少し前までは欲しいなって感じだったんですけど、田所君が入ってからは今はいいかなって感じです。はい。入る前はすごい行き詰まってることがたくさんあったんですけど、まあ、新しく入って結構チームの色というか雰囲気とかもまあ変わったので、はい、今は行き詰まってもないですし、はい、感じですね。はい、いろんな意味でムードメーカーです。
やっぱり仕事があるので基本的な練習時間が他のゲーミングハウスのチームに比べては取れないなっていう印象で、時間的なものとかが一番しんどいですね。あとはなんか仕事中にいろいろしたいなみたいな思ってそれを任させるみたいな、そういう使い方今の出来栄えてるんです。そうですね。
どれくらいだろう。40%ぐらいですね。
僕はやっぱなんか韓国のプレイヤーがいっぱい入ってるじゃないですか。その人たちどんなプレーするんやろみたいな気持ちはすごいあります。
注目しているチームかは全チームですね。前回戦績も悪かったのでみんな全チーム注目してですね、挑戦する立場になったので、はい、僕はひろきくんのヌヌに注目してほしいです
マジで言ってる
どういう理由
もうチームの意見聞かないです。もう暴走機関車行きたいとこに行くみたいな
ちゃんとまだ持ってる
プラス方向ですマイナス方向で
それがなんだかんだいい方向に毎回動いてるんです。
なんか僕とかやったら結構怖い ようなプレーを、する時があるんですけど、なんか意外とうまくいくなみたいなのは結構ありますよね。僕はなんかそんな無理するの好きじゃないんでわかんないですけど、結構いっていい感じになるみたいなのあります。
負けたら終わり一心でやってました。
勝つぞっていうイメージだったんですけど、グランドチャンピオンシップ入れ替え戦は絶対負けられないみたいな変なプレッシャーありました。もう終わりですね、文字通り。
字が返ってました。僕は他レーンが勝ってたら緊張和らぎます。
確か青幕取りましたよね、そうですね。で、その後なんかガンク下がりましたね。そこでこれいけるなみ
僕が強ければ勝てるんで強くなります。目標は優勝です。
メンバーチェンジとロール変更があったので、前シーズンとは全く違うラスカルジスターが見れると思うので、応援よろしくお願いします。
今シーズンはミッドに戻ったんで、見ている方が面白いような綺麗なプレーをするんで応援よろしくお願いします。
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to LJL. My name is Rapid. With me is Sifa, and of course our Japanese counterparts, Eyes and Revel, and you are watching the League of Legends Japan League. Of course, coming off of our first game tonight, Ozone Rampage versus Detonation Focus Me. An amazing game, but it's going to be a hard act to follow.
Definitely, and I mean, just once again, such impressive early play from Ozone Rampage. And Focus Me, you know, a rare misstep for them, but definitely I think when a team wants to improve and is looking to get better, a loss can never hurt. You know, it's always good to kind of check yourself to figure out what went wrong, and I think Focus Me, they're going to have a lot to look at over the week to come, but I think it will make them a stronger team in the long run. Unfortunately, they were not the stronger team today, and once again, props to Ozone. Amazing game coming in from them.
That's right, but the long run is about to get a little bit shorter. We're halfway through the season after tonight's games, so you're going to have to look at these games to figure out maybe what you can improve going forward. Of course, the next matchup coming your way is Immortals 7th Heaven taking on Rascal Jester. Now, of course, Immortals, they picked up this Immortal name because they've actually changed to a new sponsor, a new owner, who's actually allowed them the benefit of being able to go full-time into League of Legends, get a team house, a gaming house, and now, even after a slow start because they were still moving in, still getting adjusted, now they have finally gotten themselves a good practice environment, good coaching staff, providing themselves with I think they have like a former Starhorn Royal Club coach there from way back in the day. They're getting themselves a lot of strong infrastructure coming in and looking very strong versus a team in Rascal Jester that still has a lot to prove.
Yeah, Rascal Jester a little bit struggling this season, but one big thing to talk about, of course, is going to be Inu, the new jungler for Rascal Jester, coming in this week to replace Hiroki. Of course, Hiroki has been struggling a bit this season, so we'll have to see if Inu can do a little bit better, have a little bit larger impact in the early to mid game, help get Rascal Jester going. And one of the big storylines coming into this was 7th Heaven and kind of the Sivir compositions that they've been building. And now Sivir taken off the table from Weki, and that is the only champion Weki has played this season. And I'm honestly glad someone has finally banned it, because I want to see what else Weki can play, and I want to see what 7th Heaven can do when they don't have these Sivir compositions at their disposal. And of course, pretty smart from Rascal Jester to take that one away.
Yeah, really no question about the Sivir ban. And, you know, with the changing meta, of course, this is the first week of LJL to be played on the 5.11 patch. 5.11 brings a lot of changes to it, but one of the things that's been consistent, I think that Japan is starting to figure this out, Sivir is very, very strong. Another strong champion is Lulu, not only because this is a very AD-centric region. You put a lot of priority on the AD carries, and Lulu helps them carry a little bit harder. In fact, if they had Lulu Detonation Focus Me for Utapon's Vayne maybe in the last game, would have made it a lot more easy to manage the dives there. And that's one of the real reasons that you pick Lulu along with a strong AD carry, so that you can ensure that even late game, they're going to be able to avoid all these big dives into the back line.
Definitely, and of course, it's something that we, don't always associate with Appaman, but luckily, he has a pretty deep champion pool. He's already played Cassio, Kog'Maw, Aurelia, and Varus, so I mean, no reason to stop endlessly mixing up the champions here. And I mean, it could always be a Lulu top for Cog. That is something that he has busted out, and of course, we did see Faker play Master Yi.
Okay, I knew somebody was gonna bring this up. I thought it was gonna be me, but the Master Yi mid lane, it's not gonna happen. I immediately, as soon as that game happened, I wake up the next morning and my Bronze 2 friend messages me on the League of Legends client. It's like, hey guys, I told you the Master Yi was super OP. That's why I can't climb out of Bronze 2. I was like, I feel like it's for a slightly different reason, but even still in competitive play, I think Faker's just showing that you can play whatever anywhere.
And to be fair, I think the logic that something's OP, I can't get out of bronze. I mean, something's OP in every ELO. I think, but one thing I will say is I like that they didn't pick up Master Yi. Obviously, we've seen Appaman kind of always on the forefront of adapting to the meta, always trying new things like the Varus
pushing
like
the boundaries.
Yeah, but I think playing Aurelia was a little bit short-sighted of him to just bust that one out without really trying it too much. And I think he learned from that experience. So he's taking a step back, going to opt for the Lulu here, most likely. Although he does still have the last pick here for anything that he wanted to pick up if they want to make this Lulu a support. So still a flex pick there, but we are going to see Inu in the jungle with that Nunu and Ricky P, of course, on that Lucian. Of course, on the opposite side, the Mweki now with this Corki. So 2 early game characters going head-to-head, and no surprises that Clock Day, 4 out of 5 games now on this Nautilus, picking that one up for himself. Not a surprise at all.
Yeah. Clock Day, a transition, of course, transplant to the support is there. And I like the decision by Cruz Rascal Gesture to leave that Lulu as a counter pick, because Little Build actually plays a lot of Lulu support. And oh man, the Varus getting locked in there. I was about to say Victor, but Varus getting locked in for Appaman. That is actually really cool to talk about. We're just seeing that blow up the North American challenger scene. And even in LCS too, mid lane Varus is here to stay, and it's a big poke lane champion. And allows you to run this double AD composition that's going to function so well with a Nunu jungle.
Definitely, and especially against a short-range character like Victor, who is just so inefficient at trading with characters who do not kind of come to him, don't give him the opportunity to set up that gravity-filled Varus, of course. Never going to have to walk into Victor's effective range. Going to be able to stay back with those piercing arrows, poke down this lineup. But, it's going to be hard to do that. With Clock Day on this Nautilus, having that guaranteed engage, of course, Evie in the top lane, now on this Hecarim as well, and Sun on this Rek'Sai. We talk about Clock Day playing in nearly every game this Nautilus. Well, it's the same thing for Sun, and consistently showing up on that champion. It's just impressive stats overall, and I think really, it looks like Immortal 7th Heaven mostly got the same comp that they wanted minus the Sivir. So that is a pretty massive change, but we're really going to have to see how it affects them. On the opposite side, Rascal Gesture, continuously mixing it up. You honestly never know what to expect from these guys as far as what comp they're going to put together. And I mean, if there's a week to try something new, it is the week where you have a new jungler. There's a lot of experimenting here, and Rascal Jester, I mean, 1-3 in the season so far. Really need to pick up a win here.
Yeah, Rascal Jester a lot to prove after having almost been relegated last season to come into this with now a very strong team composition. I feel like giving away the Hecarim pick was a little bit risky. We already saw how good Hecarim is at diving the backline in our first game of the night with the Muse posting up some huge Hecarim scores. And you're going to see the fan vote here once again siding in 7th Heaven's favor. 7th Heaven are kind of the up and coming, but also the future of LJL. They represent kind of one of the underdogs who started out last season as one of the challenger teams who qualified for LJL along with Rabbit 5, and then they just started picking up wins, and everybody's like, wow, these are challenger teams that can fight against the best teams in LJL. And then they started picking up wins on the best teams in the league, and you're like, wait a second, these guys are the real deal. And while towards the end of the season they kind of fell off and wound up getting 3rd place, they come back into this season representing not only kind of starting from the very bottom of LJL, but now that they are here in the upper echelon, you expect some big things from them, as well as their 2 Korean imported players, Sun and Alvingo. Alvingo still yet to really live up to his true potential. I think he's getting there, but a Victor versus this Varus, Will they be able to push that advantage, or is Opperman playing a champion that is so safe is really going to be able to stay out of that Victor range?
All right, well, these two compositions are actually very interesting in what they want to do. Obviously, a lot of pick potential on or engage potential on both sides. Varus, of course, with that arrow to start fights off, has that snare. Pair that with the equalizer, potentially the absolute zero as well, and you have, that's a recipe for a winning team fight. But on the opposite side, it's so easy to just throw a depth charge at Varus or at Lucian and instantly get a fight on after that. Honestly, there's a lot of pressure on this new jungler for Rascal Jester. Are his absolute zeros going to be used effectively to kind of stop teams from getting on top of his carries? And can this Lulu similarly, for Clock, or not for Clock Day, sorry, for Lilibelt, do everything it needs to in fights. So I think, in theory, for Rascal Jester, they have an incredibly strong team fight, but it's going to come down to execution. On the opposite side, though, much easier to execute Nautilus, much easier to execute with Rek'Sai. This is something that 7th Heaven know and love.
And to go over the champion matchups, player matchups as well, Evie in the top lane on Hecarim. He's playing against Cogcog. Cogcog, a huge Rumble player, so I'm loving to see that. Returning from last season where he just really made a name for himself there. And of course, in the jungle, here is the new face for Rascal Jester, Inu. Going to be getting the sub role into the jungle there. Of course, he'll be playing against Sun. In the mid lane, though, Alvingo versus Opperman. That's the matchup I want to watch. Varus versus Victor. Double V's in there, but who picks up the real victory?
Nice. Of course, the AD carry matchup going to be Mweki versus Ricky P, Corki versus Lucian. Two very strong early game aggressive carries. Very different styles of play, but eager to see what they can do. And then, of course, these guys are the faces of each of their respective team. Lilibelt versus Clock Day. These are, when we look at the known names in LJL, these are two of the big ones. And, of course, once again, two very different styles of support, very aggressive in Nautilus, very defensive from Lulu, but definitely bot lane and mid lane, as it is for so many of these matchups, I think are going to be the lanes to watch.
Yeah. Two very different styles of hair there, too. Clock Day always on the forefront of hairstyle innovation. Every single season, it just gets crazier and crazier. Now that he's in the support role, nice to see him sticking with that continual innovation. Of course, he hasn't really innovated his champion pool this season. It's like, well, I'd like to pick Nautilus, and then Nautilus again, and then more Nautilus.
To be fair, he played Alistar once, and Mweki, this is actually the first game he's played anything that isn't Sivir. So, this is a big test for him, and a big test for 7th Heaven overall, honestly. This would be the first game they don't have that massive movement speed steroid to fight team fights, and it's very different, forcing team fights without that Sivir, without that on the hunt, and this is really going to be a good showing to see if that on the hunt is kind of a crutch for 7th Heaven, or if it's just something that makes, if it's just something that they're confident with, and if their toolkit has more than just the Sivir in it.
Yeah, and that has been a very, very defining characteristic. In a lot of other regions, you'll see, metas come and go, and team compositions sort of sway one way or another. But that you can't overstate that enough. 7th Heaven have played one team composition this entire season, and it's taken it 5 weeks for teams to figure out that they need to ban Sivir against them. So finally, we see the Sivir ban here. It's going to change entirely the way this team comp is going to go for 7th Heaven. But they have planned out accordingly. They're like, all right, we don't have Sivir. We can't get that slingshot effect. So what do they have instead? They've got a lot of poke, and look at the way that they're actually starting this game off. So they're going to double jungle the bottom half of the map, but they're not going to give those Krugs over to their duo lane, which is actually going to represent a little bit of a disadvantage here now that Lilibelt and Ricky P have a faster shove. They're going to have that level 2 advantage, and that should put them in a stronger position over Mweki and Clock Day.
Yeah, definitely, and it's surprising to see Clock Day not approaching the wave or really using that E on Nautilus's kit just to kind of balance out some of the wave pressure here. Clearly, they may be a little bit uncomfortable with this matchup, like we said earlier, Mohi's first game. But big advantage here, of course, is going to be Evie getting that level 2 right off the bat. And, I like this start overall. And unfortunately, Cogcog not really responding appropriately means the wave's going to be stacked in Evie's favor, and Evie's going to be pretty comfortable to farm up here. But like most early games, the big question is going to be what are these junglers going to do and what impact are they going to have? And so for Inu, he can just farm up on this Nunu. He can just counter jungle and be pretty content with that. But for Sun, he has always been about ganking the lanes, always about creating early pressure. And, 2 buffs to start off. Looks like he might be hungry for a kill as well.
He just taking his crazy self through the mid lane, forcing that flash away from Opperman. Also forced his Ghost out of there as well, so double Summoner Spell usage. I feel like if he's going to use that the Ghost, he might as well have gone maybe a little bit more aggressive there, but big Summoner Spells to blow off of a very immobile mid lane champion.
And a nice, smooth, quick gank coming in there from Sun, just getting everything that he wanted. 2 summoners down for Varus. I mean, that's an escapeless AD carry, and now all it's going to come down to is Sun finding his way into that lane one more time. And, you know, that puts Opperman in a very vulnerable position, but luckily for him, of obviously Nunu, just putting down a ton of vision on the top side of the map so he can kind of just hug that side of the lane, remain relatively safe. Unfortunately, as soon as that ward runs out, he's once again completely vulnerable until those summoner spells are up. And now Vingo taking this as a good opportunity to farm safely to kind of get out of the range of that Varus.
That's right, and Varus, without those summoner spells, is going to be much more vulnerable to ganks like that. I feel like maybe that was a little bit of miscommunication for Inu. You know, he is there for the counter gank, so he's just waiting right there off to the side. But Opperman is just like, all right, I got my jungler with me, no worries. Unfortunately, there are still very big worries, and you're going to see them right back in the mid lane as Sun realizes we've got a very immobile Varus. It's time to put those pressure on, turn the screws a little bit.
This is exactly what we expected. Of course, no summoner spells available. Ovingo can flash in and use the gravity field if he wants to. Has to be careful, though, and you can see Opperman just going to play back. He's got the Crystalline Flask as well as the Biscuits. May just be content to farm with that Piercing Arrow, even if it means a little bit less trade damage in Sun. Gonna have to walk away, but Inu kind of breaking the standard for Nunu's here. Could just aggressively gank here in the top. It looks like they're trying to bait Evie into going aggressive onto the Rumble.
Yeah, and they are going to bait him at least in just a little bit, but he saves the Rampage, so he's still going to be able to run his way away from there. No harm, no foul, no Summoner Spells blown, and everything, all is as it should be on Summoner's Rift. Mweki and Clock Day pushing up the bottom lane. They're in a good position, but of course the Lave should bounce off this turret and freeze just far enough outside their turret range. But here comes Inu. Nice gravity field there. Red buff ticking down as well, but Alvingo does get a little bit of the shield there to block the damage out. Clock Day playing very far forward down on the bottom lane, but still now it's Mweki and Clock Day putting on the pressure.
And this is Clock Day playing a kind of classic Clock Day. Always aggressive, always looking to have an impact here. And Inu.
Ooh, just the tip of that arrow.
So much damage, though. And for Mweki and Clock Day right now, they don't really have lane advantage. Phosphorus Bomb needs to land for them to win trades, but Lucian with that double tap passive, you know, it's just always going to be able to out-trade in those small exchanges until Corki gets those rockets and kind of poke him down from a distance. So they had a good opportunity at like level 1 or 2, but unfortunately that's when Lulu's strongest too. So I actually really like the way that Rascal Jester have set up their lane. They kind of don't really have any weak points right now. And for 7th Heaven, they just have to wait a little bit. Let Corki get ahead. Let Corki start to build those pieces of that Trinity Force to really find advantage. And until then, kind of just has to back off, be willing to give up a CS or 2, and let the lane push into him.
Nunu finally taking a trip back to base, and buys first item, Sightstone, of course, well, maybe second after that Ranger's Trailblazer. So prioritizing the Sightstone over just rushing the Cinder Hulk, and I really, really like that. Just so that you can, like you were saying, shore up your early game with so much early ward coverage that the ganks that Sun are trying to pull off on your immobile mid lane or on a maybe Rumble top lane, common champion to get dope, aren't going to be so easy. But bottom lane, a hook lands onto Lilibel. There's the Ignite ticking down too. Flash on in for damage. She's actually a Valkyrie. Mweki looking for one more auto attack for first blood on Lilibel. Now continuing the chase here. Ricky P actually back to his turret. Might have still been able to stay alive, but still a big early kill for Immortal 7th Heaven.
And an excellent dredge line coming in there from Clock Day. Clock Day always aggressive, and you know, even though Lucian in that instance is stronger than Corki in those small exchanges, I mean, Lulu just not tanky enough. You get that dredge line, you get the ridiculous Nautilus damage, pair that with the Ignite, and of course holding them still while that Gatling gun is just ticking away on top of the Phosphorus Bomb, on top of everything else. Mweki could not have been in a better position to get that kill, and it's only going to get easier for him now as he has picked up that Sheen, and we're going to get a replay right here, but just watch the raw damage that Corki can do to a character held in place. Boom, instantly, Gatling gun, and Lilibel, just that health bar just ripped through. Heal not enough here. Grabs that one, and Ricky P It just cannot face Clock Day. Nautilus, I feel like, can 1v1 anyone at melee range in this early game.
Getting back in there is Clock Day, maybe upgrading his engage potential there. Now trying it on 2 champions. Doesn't work out quite as well, but Equalizer, maybe a little bit off center. Is going to blow up that top wave. It means the Cog, for all intents and purposes, has no teleport. You can TP in, but if you teleport as Rumble without an Equalizer, you kind of just like run around for some Flame Spitter damage, and maybe the enemy just like forgets how to use their mouse button to click away from that. You can deal damage, but probably going to have to wait until that ults up before he really becomes a pressure out on the map.
And that's definitely true. Of course, Equalizer is just such a polarizing team fight ultimate. Absolutely necessary if Rascal Jester want to win one of these early fights. But I like Cog using it to force out the wave there, giving himself an opportunity to back for free, making sure that Evie really cannot push in with that Rampage. And as a result, you see he picks up the Sorcerer's Shoes to get a little extra damage, and of course the Seeker's Arm Guard to protect himself a little bit more in lane. And right now, Rumble pretty strong, and one of the big advantages of this Rumble pick is that his early game power spikes are just so cheap because they're mostly item based, and they're mostly mid game items too, like Sorcerer's Shoes, like Haunting Guys. So next Equalizer, if used in a team fight, gonna do so much damage, 650 base at level 6 with 1 rank in that ability, and just ridiculous scaling on it as well. So Rumble, very strong team fighting champion. However, if Evie can find a little bit of solo advantage, could shift in his favor pretty quickly.
Now looking for the steal there, needs a ward over the wall, trying to snipe it away. Smite stolen by Inu. Grabbing a little bit of a cheeky Nunu steal, didn't even have to consume there, just a straight up outplay, grabs a blue buff for himself.
And it's always unfortunate to be in that situation. Of course, Nunu alone already so oppressive with consume on top of that. Just, more than happy to smite that one away, and Sun just not in a good position either. Because, at the end of the day, the best thing that could have happened there was that Sun got that blue buff, because there's no way Alvingo is going to get it. And just, Inu hasn't really made too many plays across the map yet, but between buying that Sightstone and creating so much early vision for his team and smiting that blue buff away, he's having impact in so many other little ways. And
I actually hope this is a replay of the steal, trying for the snipe there with Varus. That would have been the best. Wait, did Opperman get that? I think it was Inu that got the steal on it with Smite.
Inu got the steal with Smite, yeah. He actually, I think, smited and killed it as the arrow was about to pass through, because Opperman already had their blue buff. And now Inu, this guy looks so comfortable in the jungle. Maybe that's just Nunu's walk animation, but he is just walking in, placing down the vision, grabbing Scuttle Crabs left and right, and Mweki though, gonna grab that.
Wow, he steals the Scuttle Crab away from Nunu. And then, Inu had Smite up there too, could have used it. Obviously wants to save it there, but wait, Opperman in a terrible position here. Does have Flash and Ghost, so he's gonna try to just walk his way away with him there. Instead gets forced to Flash, there's both of them forced out. There's the Prey Seeker almost taking him down. Crystalline Flask, turns out it's a good item to buy. Clock Day going all the way. And there's the Ignite and a Depth Charge to take down Opperman.
Okay, so only one of those abilities was necessary, I think, to take down Opperman, but I love that not only did he use both of them, immediately he's like, yeah, okay, I got it. Turns around, walks away. Clock Day, fancy as ever. Knows exactly how to finish a kill in style.
Man, you can just imagine, Clock Day, that's such a part of his character just as a player. He's got the crazy hairstyle, poses, attitudes, and he's just kind of swagging out on the Rift right there with a nice kill taking down Opperman, who, to be fair, has been under a lot of pressure this game, being ganked early on for some Blobo Summoner spells. Trying to hold on to his Summoner spells there, and, well, now he winds up paying for it with his life. Although, to be fair, you can't really expect the enemy support to run after you with their mobility boots, then flash, ignite, ult you, and take you down. So, blown a lot just to kill him.
To be fair, we did see a game with Dara and Dode previously where I think that was, in fact, the case. So maybe we're setting a new standard here for Japanese supports, that they just always go ham, as Clock Day has now proven to be a part of that as well. And looking at the game right now, despite the kill and the dragon, it's really not too big of an advantage going over to 7th Heaven. Lucian still farming up well in the bottom lane. Appleman still charging up that tier in the mid, so still going to hit that power spike around the 20 to 27 minute mark, given when he bought it. And they're pretty comfortable to keep doing this, but they do have to be careful. They do need to stop giving up these small objectives, and they do really need to find a way to utilize this Nunu in a way that isn't just wards, that isn't just stealing blues, because right now, I mean, that's just not enough.
Well, and Nunu does help your AD carries scale, and with a double ADC comp, technically, when you think about that, it makes a little bit of sense. However, you do have to get to that scaling into the game, and with as much pressure as Sun and Alvingo, Sun and Alvingo getting that combination down. You see a lot of these Korean players as they come onto the Japanese roam buddies, and that's exactly the situation we're seeing here with Sun and Alvingo. Joining up with Clock Day, of course, there for an invade onto blue.
A little bit of revenge here, gonna try to take this one back, Nunu. So eager to smite
Oh
it back.
no!
Oh!
It's Appleman, he steals it! Piercing arrow for the win. Didn't find it last steal. He's getting one of his own this time.
And one of my, ooh, looks like
Oh
Ricky
my
P.
gosh.
Oh my.
There's the burst damage. Ricky P is like, where'd my health bar go? He's like, dude, where's my health bar? Not able to find it there, so he heads back to base.
Yeah, I think losing 2/3 of your health bar and what was essentially a Sheen proc, a phosphorus bomb, and 2 ticks of Gatling gun, that's a little discouraging. Ricky P, of course, going to heal up here through some pots, but man, Mweki, I always wondered why Maron had such a preference for this pick, but it's just so lane dominant and so strong early on. Of course,
Tifa.
it's just ridiculous. It's so good and so
bush?
efficient.
3 champions. All right, they will reveal themselves. That was not as climactic as I expected it to be. I was like, oh, they're showing the vision. They can't see them. There's nothing in the bush. But then there's 3 champions. So they will stay down there and kind of get the best of both situations. If Rascal Jester had pushed into the bush, they would have gotten kills. As is, RJ recall back to base, and that is the first turret of the game going to 7th Heaven.
In 7th Heaven, just continuing to find small advantages here and there, and have built themselves a 2K gold lead. And, pretty comfortable at this point. The Hecarim just farming up in the top lane, not really getting too big of an advantages like we saw in the last game, but still doing pretty well. And Cog, Rumble not really a solo lane champion, but it looks like a response to the 3 men on the bottom side. Rascal Jester now putting 4 on the top.
Looking for the push here, but 7th Heaven, great rotational prowess being shown there. They go bottom, take the turret immediately on the roam top lane, looking to continue to push this advantage home.
Yeah, and Oppamen, of course, just so quick on the responses here. Good to get something, to try to get something up in the top lane, and to move up there with that Nunu to try to get the turret. But, of course, just not enough, as 7th Heaven are just continuously outmaneuvering Rascal Jester right now. And you got to think, part of that could be Rascal Jester with a relatively new lineup, with a new jungler, just don't really have the level of communication that much more established 7th Heaven, who've had a lot of weeks to play together in Clock Day, never ceases to be hungry for blood here. Cog in the top lane, though, may finally find an opportunity to use this equalizer to get some kills if they push too far forward.
Yeah, big push there by Mweki as well. They've got backup, but not going to go for those dives. To be fair, 7th Heaven are still working on communication of their own. They picked up 2 new players, so that's changing the team, and they don't even speak Japanese very well, or at least on the level of the rest of these all-Japanese teams. They have been learning it. In fact, their manager Dragon made them both get Twitter accounts so that they could practice communicating in their Japanese. Unfortunately, they haven't actually tweeted very much on those, so I was not, especially Alvingo, because I'm kind of interested to see what he has to say. Alvingo and Sun, if you guys haven't followed them, they're very well traveled. They've played extensively in Korea, China, now Japan, and used English as their primary form of communication when they're with these international teams. So something to keep an eye on if you're looking for maybe Japanese players to get involved with. I'm excited to see how Alvingo and Sun actually adapt to not just being on a new team, but being involved in a new culture and a new language too.
And of course, we've looked at them so far. They've adapted pretty darn well, each and every one of them having pretty impressive performances in just about every one of their games, except for that first round against Focus Me. But now they're doing pretty well against Rascal Jester. We'll have to see if they can get anything else, as they seem determined to take down mid lane tower. It's just not really possible against Varus right now. That piercing arrow just way too reliable for clearing out the waves.
Yeah, you can see Alvingo knows exactly how to play that Victor. You walk up to the turret with the rest of your team, throw down the gravity field, put the damage down on the turret, and then walk back. However, wave evaporating a little bit too quickly for them to really accomplish much. And now Rascal Jester able to get the counter push away from that turret and towards the dragon. It's up, it's available. but no, neither team really starting it yet.
And if we look at the cooldowns just across the board, everybody pretty much has everything that they need. Gravity Field available for Victor, Absolute Zero, the Arrow available for Opperman, as well as the Equalizer for Cog. So they have that theoretical wombo combo where they can get all of those skills together. They can find the fight on their terms, but they have to be careful. You see Evie on the backside. If 7th Heaven can find this flank and can find and engage on their terms, they can easily kind of pick apart this team fight. And if those ults are not used together on the side of Rascal Jester, then the damage is easily in the favor of 7th Heaven right now, because they have that, that 2K gold lead, in addition to the fact that Moeki with that Triforce is just so strong right now.
Yeah, Triforce is up. It's a big power spike, even maybe bigger than the Infinity Edge, because the Infinity Edge, like, you have to have a chance to crit there, whereas in Trinity Force, you hit that bonus damage every single time that Sheen proc is up. So Moeki very, very strong there, but Evie in the bottom lane, he's got that split push going on, and so either you force the fight as 7th Heaven to try to, or as Rascal Jester onto 7th Heaven, or you face maybe losing your bottom second tier turret. Rascal Jester kind of caught between, a rock and a hard place here, as Evie represents the ability not to steal this blue buff, but maybe to put some, okay, Opperman's gonna get the blue buff once again. Really impressive blue buff control here by Rascal Jester.
Luckily, at this point in the game, Varus' Piercing Arrow actually out-damages Smite when it's fully charged, so there may be some circumstances where he can put that to use. In that case, just didn't even need to charge it up. Just a quick little tap on that Q to snag the blue buff for himself. But, Opperman playing pretty well so far, and once again, we're kind of just waiting for Rascal Jester to do something, to force something. But they really don't have the tools to force anything right now, because they don't really have good initiation. Their counter engage, absolutely nuts with the Absolute Zero, the Equalizer, and Varus' ultimate. But on the opposite side, really 7th Heaven can just keep split pushing, because it's going to get harder and harder for Cog to deal with Evie. And, if you force Rascal Jester into a point where they have to make a decision and they cannot wait for you to engage on them, then their team comp is really going to falter. And at this point, it looks like 7th Heaven are very aware of that, because they have not gone in too deep. They haven't pushed their luck or their advantage to try to force a team fight against a Rumble, a Nunu, and a Varus. Instead, they're staying back. They're letting Rascal Jester make the first move, and they're just applying more pressure on the map.
And wow, really, like you said, the pressure going to keep intensifying here. Is now actually Rascal Jester there in onto the Dragon. Who's going to take it down? It's actually taken by Cog. All right. So he picks one up for the team, and it looks like a disengage attempt. Whoa, that laser damage over the wall. Putting it down onto Lilibelt. Rocket's continuing to hit, but the Valkyrie out of there. You can see Clockday turn towards the wall. It's like, I'm going to Valkyrie over the wall too. Doesn't quite work that way, man. But he is going to walk behind the enemy turret just to zone them out, and that will be a middle turret takedown for 7th Heaven as they push up the mid lane.
And, actually really solid play from Rascal Jester to get that one. And really the big issue there was that they split up so hard after they got that dragon, walked out of that, and really risked throwing everything away if they could, if 7th Heaven could have found the engage, but they could not, because Lilibelt was on point with that Whimsy, sped up Ricky P, got him to safety, got himself to safety as well with those mobility boots, and as a result, not giving up anything to 7th Heaven other than that mid lane turret. So 7th Heaven still definitively in the lead, but Rascal Jester finding a way to get back in slowly but surely, and once again, Equalizer from Cog, not going to be used in a team fight.
Yeah, but you actually have to use that in team fights to use it the way it's supposed to be. I mean, it's kind of like it's like super wave clear for Rascal Jester. They've got the Equalizer to clear out a wave, they've got the culling to clear out a wave, and of course with Piercing Arrow, Glitterlands, you can clear out some waves pretty well there too. So maybe their strategy is just like, look, we've got Lulu to protect our carries, we've got double carries and a Nunu to make them hyperscale to some degree. Just play for the late game, but I don't know if they're quite looking, strong enough to get there just yet. I mean, 7th Heaven haven't been pushing like super hyper aggressively, and they're only 3,000 gold ahead. But now they're the ones actually forced to disengage after not really reacting to this lane swap movement. Will lose their outer turret top lane for it.
It's very interesting to me looking at the team comps, the way this is kind of played out. But as you said, we're kind of waiting for this Varus and the solution to scale up, and of course to pair that with the Blood Boil to really get the most effect out of this Rascal Jester lineup. And once again, Rascal Jester don't really have a good way to force a fight, even if they can get on top of someone. Really, the only form of hard CC that they actually have is from Varus with that snare on his ultimate. And of course, Lulu, silence with the polymorph, kind of hard CC, kind of sort of, but not exactly ideal. Whereas on the opposite side from 7th Heaven, I mean, they've got a knock up, they've got a fear, they've got a knock back, they've got, a stun from the gravity field, so much CC from Nautilus, and it feels like 7th Heaven have put themselves in a place where they can find picks and find catches, they'll come out on top. But once again, if they walk into all 5 members of Rascal Jester have such an easy time turning around those team fights.
Yeah, absolutely. And what I was actually looking most forward to, at least from this individual matchup, you got to kind of look towards the 80 carries, but now that they're playing like such a different style, at least for Mweki, he's actually been looking very, very good. His first game on a champion not Sivir, and he's 1-0 out of the lane phase. He's kept up in CS, so that hasn't been an issue. And he's actually found himself with a lot of pressure under Ricky P, who traditionally has been one of the more stylistic 1v1 champions, picking a lot of early game power, and now... Okay, you can't snipe down the Krugs, man. Not quite that strong. But Oppaman, he's got, I believe, the completed Mana Moon, or Muramana at least.
Manamune, yeah, it's working on the
okay, there we
Muramana.
go.
He's charging it up, he's stacking. It's probably going to be done in a couple minutes, maybe a little bit faster, obviously, since the auto attack speed lets it stack pretty reliably, and a lot of cooldown reduction as well. So very solid poke champion. Unfortunately, 7th Heaven aren't even remotely trying to siege, so he's not going to get a poke down defensively, and really Rascal Jester can't siege either, so really doesn't get a poke offensively either. So not exactly using the Varus to the fullest right now. We'll have to see if he can change that moving forward. But
oh, there's the ghost in from Alvingo. I'm not sure exactly why. They're going to try to cut Cog off. They stop him and they stop Lilibelt's recall. Not sure if that was worth the ghost, but Oppaman on the other side forced the ghost there as well, just to escape the pressure move from 7th Heaven up the mid lane.
I'm not exactly sure what Alvingo was going for there. I guess just...
Yeah, I mean, maybe he thought that Cog's flash was down, in which case catching him with that the gravity field might have been a good idea, but I mean, you have to have a flash timing to go for a move like that.
And the thing, honestly, I think Cog gave a lot of respect over to Alvingo by flashing out there, because honestly, Victor alone wouldn't have had enough damage to kill Rumble there, at least in that small instance. Rumble probably could have just walked away, especially with Lulu just standing there, but he just assumed that the rest of the lineup was there, was able to find it, so gave a lot of respect and backed off. Now Rascal Jester putting themselves in an excellent position for their team comp with a slow siege. However, if Hecarim can find the flank, and it's looking like he might, this team fight could turn against them. Doesn't look like they're going to find it just yet, using Blood Boil to back off, though.
Backing off for now. This is actually where Rascal Jester start to get into a really good kind of rhythm. They've got a ton of poke damage to throw out there. They've got even culling if they want to use that. Although with a big wave pushing up bottom, the side lane management for 7th Heaven is actually really, really good. Huge wave pushing bottom lane. Evi's going to get a free turret on the top half of the map. And with this gravity field to zone out, 7th Heaven might just be able to stay alive here. Rockets and the Corki damage. Rascal Jester can't push in.
Rascal Jester just honestly are not strong enough to contend with the front line of 7th Heaven right now. They cannot stop the Hecarim, the Rek'Sai, or the Nautilus from getting onto them. They have very limited disengage options. Pretty much just the Nunu Absolute Zero and the Wild Growth from Lulu to deter a team fight. And without using those both very liberally, they're not going to be able to really stop anyone from jumping into the back line. And I mean, the Varus ult is very useful, but the nature of it means that only the initial target is snared before it spreads, and you have about a 2-second window before it spreads. So it's not ideal as a disengage tool. They really needed something like a Gragas or something like a Janna if they wanted to disengage and siege, but instead opting for the Lulu means they'll team fight much better, admittedly, but as far as sieging goes, it's going to be a little bit tougher.
Yeah. Or like a Trundle. I always used to love like poke compositions that ran Trundle when he was popular as either a top laner or mostly a jungler, because you just throw out the pillar, and actually now pillar comes up more frequently. So you just throw out the pillar and there's like, nope, you can't walk here, especially when you like combine it with a turret stub. There's like, there's this huge wall. maybe you run like the wall composition with like Jarvan and Anivia, so you could just like say, look, this is a no-go zone. We've cut this road work going on right now. It can't pass through that area. Kind of the same idea with just throwing out some area of effect slows or equalizers specifically. Can't really run on top of that one.
Definitely, but I mean, like, unlike Trundle's Pillar or Anivia's Wall, the Equalizer is, of course, that ultimate cooldown, so you give up a lot to use it, and while it will, as you said, kind of function as a wall and disengage and let them get out, I mean, if 7th Heaven decides to force a fight within a minute after that cooldown going down before it's up again, it's not going to go in the favor of Rascal Jester, so they have to be careful about how they use it. Of course, though, I mean, only 2 kills in this game. We saw it very early on. We're already 28 minutes in, so very passive from both sides, and you know, slow and steady from both sides. 7th Heaven giving a lot of respect, not wanting to dive. They know the counter engage from Rascal Jester is there, but you know, they're kind of just struggling to really make an impact on the map. But they, you know, it's in their advantage right now, so they can just take their time. They do have more dragons. They can just wait.
Some nice deep ward coverage and removal by 7th Heaven as they rotate through the bottom half of the map, clear everything out, establish some vision control of their own. And now look to make some picks as Ricky P. Like you said, this is the essential reason why pushing up through the enemy jungle is so valuable. You limit their ability to cut between lanes, start to get your side lanes where you want them, and force the opponents into where you want them as well. And now, of course, Dragon, not the focus just yet, but actually it's not even close to coming up either. So I don't know why that area is so prioritized on the map right now.
They just love team fighting in that area. They're like, this is the arena. You come here, we'll fight. There's no dragon, but come on, we can make an exception.
Right. Well, they killed Scuttle Crab, so that's a good sieging area because you can just like zoom right out of there. Use that move speed to your advantage. Now push up the mid lane here. Rascal Jester should be able to take this turret down just due to 7th Heaven being a little bit out of position. There's the teleport just in, maybe a little bit unnecessary to go for the teleport just then, but Rascal Jester want to make sure that they are strong exactly where they need to be.
Yeah, no, and a pretty big misstep from 7th Heaven there. It looks like they still haven't quite gotten used to not having the Sivir on their composition. Or they're just caught, honestly, just in a bit of a tough spot, but an excellent map read from Rascal Jester just to know or to see that their jungle was being invaded and just to respond by forcing down the mid lane, trading blue buff for that turret, and you know, balancing out the gold lead at least a little bit here. Still a 3K favor for 7th Heaven, but at 30 minutes, 3K, almost meaningless. Not going to be too much of a difference. I mean, it's really just the Aegis on the side of Immortals right now in that Rek'Sai, or the, you know, completed Lich Bane. It's not really a massive difference for the team.
Yeah, not a huge difference. Some big differences that will make a huge effect on these team fights. Opperman, though, is at a massive power spike. He's got completed Muramana, he's got Last Whisper, Brutalizer, some CDR, and he's looking for even more. Armor penetration and CDR from a Black Cleaver coming up next. That is going to be one scary Varus. I don't know. I mean, there's nothing to stop his poke damage either. There's very, very little armor on the enemy team anyway. There's like Ninja Tabby. Okay, there's a Frozen Heart on Evie, but aside from that, everyone will be taking a ton of extra penetrative damage.
Definitely, and of course, no sustain really either. No champion has any ability to heal themselves or their
Or
allies.
shields or anything either.
Yeah, I mean, really, they're just kind of at the mercy of this Varus if they ever get in a position where he can poke safely. Luckily, you know, for 7th Heaven, they've never really put themselves there. They haven't tried any of these slow sieges. They haven't really given Rascal Jester the opportunity to siege themselves. But as Rascal Jester have kind of made it past that weaker early game where 7th Heaven had the advantage, they now look really confident pushing down mid lane. And a lot of pressure now onto Evie to find a flank on Rascal Jester because they look so confident pushing down mid right now.
Pushing down, nice usage of that gravity field, but here comes Evie. He's behind, he's a cupcake, and now he's not. Going to get the dive there onto Opperman, blowing him up there, punishing his lack of mobility, and there's actually a nice stupefy onto him. It's going to get the wild growth there to knock him up, lock him down, and Evie just right on top of the back line. A huge team fight win, 4-0, 7th Heaven's favor.
Yeah, and just really awkward use of the absolute zero there from Inu, as well as a little bit of a fumble on that ultimate from Cog. You know, just not really working out. Ricky P luckily going to make it out of there with his life, but it still looks like Rascal Jester always down to experiment, but still haven't quite figured out how to execute that team comp, whereas 7th Heaven, I mean, this is 90% the 7th Heaven we know, or 80% rather, as the Sivert is the only pick that has changed, and Mweki still looks incredibly comfortable on this Kog'Maw, and while 7th Heaven did nearly give up that mid lane turret, nearly give up even more, they do get the Baron, and they do get this fight. And we're going to watch again here, you know, kind of just...
Like, Cog and Opperman, both their ultimates here. Just watch them. Opperman's going to try for the disengage, and he hits like 2 champions. He actually got a 3-man stun off that. Okay, so Opperman did his work with the counter engage, but he just couldn't get away from Evi. Time and time again, this Hecarim top pick, so strong in Japan.
Definitely. And well, the big thing, too, is that they really split up their team and their lineup, and you really cannot afford to do that when so much of your lineup is about this safe, slow play, this disengage, the use of that absolute zero as a zoning tool. And that just really didn't come through here. It's a very difficult team fight to execute for Rascal Jester, and I think they're just not... they haven't been able to execute it quite yet. On the opposite side, for 7th Heaven, this is the run-at-you kind of throw damage out from the back lines. Everyone in our front line will just dive onto you, kind of team composition that 7th Heaven has run in the past. And so they're just executing better at this stage. And you can see that, you know, in the gold lead and also in the towers and the dragons too. 7th Heaven 3-1 in the dragons and, you know, 52.3k to 44.4. Building an advantage very quickly. And it's kind of starting to snowball as they did pick up that Baron for themselves.
Yeah, and while Inu also starting to snowball, not quite the same effect either. He's been able to blood boil his 80 carries, but Varus is just too immobile to deal with what's now a Righteous Glory, a Hecarim to dive the backline, tunnels in for Sun. So much dive on the backline, just Opperman can't deal with it.
Yeah, and of course when we look at Lucian and Varus both as carries, they're both more 80 casters than 80 carries, just because of the nature of the build for Varus this time around, and of course Lucian in general, how he wants to weave those spells and abilities. They don't have a Kog'Maw or a Jinx or a Tristana who really benefits from that attack speed scaling. So while Nunu, yes, will make each of them more powerful, it's definitely not the ideal synergy and just not as much of an impact as it would be on a character, a more traditional style hyper carry.
After an entire game of Rascal Jester dedicated to stealing away that blue buff, it's actually now 7th Heaven that go for a blue buff steal of their own. And they'll take that one down. Had a little bit of lag there for a second, so I'm not sure if you experienced that too. But we're back and everything's good to go. Now a blue buff steal stolen away there by Evie.
It's a little bit of vengeance for the one Nunu steal that Inu was able to get off in that early game, backed up by Appaman, and of course they've had a couple instances of revenge already, and now 7th Heaven. I mean, they have Baron buff. I think this is an excellent opportunity for them to group and to kind of push for more, but it looks like they're playing cautious, and this has been kind of a weakness of 7th Heaven in the past, is that they're afraid to kind of exert their advantage, even when it's as big as 10k, which is what it is now. But, you know, and Sivir for them in the past has been that tool that's allowed them to force that advantage. Since they don't have it this time, it's clear that they're defaulting back to a more passive, more patient style of play where they're going to wait for more dragons, wait for larger advantages, and just take the game slow and steady.
Yeah, of course, that theoretically wins the race. I remember hearing about that, somebody telling me that slow and steady won the race. And I was like, well, you know, that's true, but I'm pretty sure fast and steady also wins you the race. And sometimes, you know, teams that try to play this methodical style get shut out in the early game and out-rotated, can't get their style going. And I feel like that's kind of what Rascal Jester are kind of having happen to them. They're like, all right, we've got late game, we've got double 80 carry Nunu. That's the late game that we're going for. But over and over again, 7th Heaven, they force these fights, they push the limits of Opperman's mobility. And while he does have both of his summoner spells up now, this is his time to shine over and over again. When he doesn't, he's been punished very heavily for them. And I mean, we're starting to get to the late game, so maybe this is where that Nunu power really comes up. But Inu is specifically, like, just individually hasn't made any impact on this game at all. He's got 0-1-0, hasn't done anything but die.
And really, I think Inu obviously struggling a little bit on this new lineup, but I mean, Sun not out-farming a Nunu in the jungle is just so rare because of how quickly Nunu can clear through those camps in the early to mid-game, but now Sun clearly just more comfortable at this point in the Rek'Sai, you know, one of his favorite champions, the most played champion for him in competitive, and Inu, you know, always going to be cheeky, always going to go in there, but Krugs just aren't important at this stage in the game, and while those little advantages could have added up in the early game, it just really was not transitioned well.
And speaking of little advantages, I actually really like what an LJL fan had to say. He's like, Cruz, Rascal, Jester are a blue buff stealing team. And I'm just like, wow, what a team comp to build yourself around. You could steal blue buffs, and then, you know, you realize maybe not a whole lot else after that. Now, of course, having that turned the tables on them with Evie able to steal a blue buff back away from himself. Now Mweki, he's even getting on the buff steal game, trying to take this red buff back away.
Yeah, and this is honestly 7th Heaven, once again defaulting back to an earlier style. They're slowly choking out their opponents. They're pushing the vision deeper and deeper, closer and closer to the base, and just want absolute control of that jungle. Starting to work for them on the bottom side, of course, Inu and Lilibelt getting back as much vision as possible to try to mitigate any control or any pick potential that 7th Heaven might have. But with Baron up in a minute, Dragon up in a minute as well, Rascal Jester are going to have to fight for something because, I mean, one more Baron for 7th Heaven and they could just break through this inhibitor line in an instant.
Evie on the split push, Baron up, and Mweki in position for it. He's going to clear out the ward coverage. 50 seconds left, and in the next minute, we're going to have a big pressure point for Rascal Jester. Do they pressure Baron? They've got Nunu, so maybe that's the play, but they have to find some split push counter to Evie, who's just been pushing like a monster. Third highest, actually, CS in the game, of course, after his carry lineup.
And I mean, 364 Hecarim CS, 377. I mean, that's the name of the game has been farm. It's been all about pushing out lanes, about farming. You know, and a very passive game from both teams. Once again, can't be stated enough. So we're really just waiting for something. We're waiting for a fight. We're waiting for a push here. Hecarim now splitting top. This is an excellent opportunity for Evie to force an objective to get an advantage. But it does mean that he won't have a home guard's advantage if they do try to fight. But they're not going to fight. Going to give up the 4th dragon, but that does mean that Cruz or that Rascal Jester overall will have to contest every single dragon after this. So a rough spot to be in.
This is Lich Bane on Alvingo. He is going for the one shot. Now, a benefit to the itemization there for Opperman, though. He actually has a Banshee's Veil now. I haven't actually seen Banshee's Veil all that frequently, and especially not on mid lane, especially not on Bears. Whoa, there's the big flash. Flash, Yomu's, Ghost, ult, and none of it hits.
Yeah, of course he does get the ult or the flash and the ghost from Alvingo on the opposite side.
2 for 2 summoner spell trade. I mean, maybe, but
not when you're the team that's behind. And unfortunately, I think that's just Opperman. He realizes that the team is slowly bleeding out here, slowly losing objectives. And I mean, if they don't do anything, they're going to lose the game.
Well, also, Opperman's been trying to run away this whole time, and he can't do it because he doesn't have his summoner spells. He has them up, and he uses them aggressively.
Yeah, and it's just Rascal Jester, I think, unfortunately, really needed to find a fight or really needed to win that earlier team fight, and because they did not, it was pretty much another nail in the coffin for them, unfortunately. And as they lose that 4th dragon, as they may lose this Baron, we'll have to see if they can finally contest the fight here. They're just slowly getting bullied out of this game, and you really could not afford to hesitate against a team that has so much early aggression and, you know, has a Hecarim on it as well. And they've been hesitating, so it's far too much, honestly. And, you know, as a result, slowly losing the game. 41 minutes in, and they're dropping behind more and more in gold, an 11k advantage to 7th Heaven, and, you know, 3 dragon advantage to them as well. It's pretty massive.
Not just the 3 dragon advantage, but the next dragon is going to be that 5th dragon buff. And with all outer turrets taken down, there's very few places Immortal 7th Heaven have to go other than just you're pushing up a lane with whatever buffs they found, whether it's Dragon, 5, or Baron. And has, of course, now spawned. Pink Ward in the pit means it will be impossible to ward that up. So Rascal Jester starting to feel the pressure. They put some pressure on mid.
Well, they're trying to force mid. They have decent tools to poke and siege, but they're very vulnerable to a Hecarim flank or to a Hecarim split push. Evie, very aware of this, responding on the bottom side, trying to create more pressure. So most likely, they're going to have to back off once again. Unfortunately, because Cog is here right now, he does have TP, so he can back off and try to defend this tower, and then TP back if his team needs him. But it looks like 7th Heaven are most likely just going to respond with a quick Baron here.
Baron would be pretty quick if they started it, just opting to clear out absolutely every ward in the entire area just to make sure this is as secure as possible. They even started back off just to see maybe the reaction here for Rascal Jester, and we'll just continue to bleed their wards out one by one over this Baron wall.
Honestly, 7th Heaven are far enough ahead at this stage of the game that they can literally just run at Rascal Jester and kill them. But I think that they're just paying a lot of respect to Cog's Rumble and to Opperman on this Varus, although we may see it here.
Engaged there, Little Belt forced to flash over the wall, a whiff on the Varus ult, and look at that Chaos Storm! It's Heavy dive in the back line too, gonna get 1, 2, a double for him, and now might even find a third one there. Nope, it's Mweki there on a killing spree as he finds his third, and overall, of course, 4 kills here, 7th Heaven. Especially Alvingo there, just destroyed from moment 1.
And of course, they were just waiting for Rascal Jester to get out of position to find that opportunity. They finally get that Hecarim flag that they want, and then now, in an instant, they're going to be able to end this game just because they've been so strong for so long. And you just saw Inu losing about half his health there to a single Victor rotation, and that right there is the raw power that 7th Heaven have amassed for themselves. And, you know, slow and steady, as you said, wins the race here today. And while I feel like 7th Heaven may have been able to close this one out quicker, they could not have closed it out any cleaner, as 10-0 was the final score.
I mean, they could have stopped that one dragon from being taken against them, but, you know, nitpicking aside, yeah, very, very well played. Perfect team fighting, never lost a champion, and what a way to play there. 7th Heaven, a very different style than we're used to seeing them. We're used to seeing Mweki on that Sivir and just hitting the go button, charging in, but unable to quite do that. Might have dragged the game on a little bit longer, but still a very methodical play style. 7th Heaven, they've got a game plan, they followed it, and they won because of it.
Definitely, and you know, you never, regardless of the circumstances, you can never doubt the win. And comes out there, they're now definitively in 2nd place. They would be tied for 1st, if not for that, of course, penalty point that they accrued earlier in the season. And you saw, I mean, look at the damage here coming in from that Victor, absolutely insane. And I mean, that last team fight, I feel like was just them showing how strong they were, how dominant they were, and you saw Opperman just kind of panic throwing out that ult to try to stop the fight from happening, but it was not enough. And just, you know, 7th Heaven, when they find a fight on their terms, they're so strong, and they fight so well. Of course, without the Sivir, it's a little bit harder. It takes them a little bit longer to get there, but they were able to get there in the end regardless.
Yeah, a little bit of an unlucky situation for Alvingo to be in. He's playing so big, so forward. He's got tons of CS, 413 CS at the end there. Of course, 415 for Heavy, but Alvingo finishes the game 0-0-8. Never got a kill that entire time. But, of course, helped his team get 8 out of their 10. And that's going to do it for our second game. Stick around. We'll be right back with more LJL.
未来、思い出、時間、そして今。くだらなくて美しい。この街はなんだ？生きるってなんだ？ライフカード。
まずは楽しかったですね、シーズン1は。楽しんでできたのが一番良かったかなっていうふうに思うんですけれども、やっぱ一番最後で FM 相手に一勝も挙げられなかったのが心残りではあるのかな。でそれでちょっと選手としては私もという形になりますので、ちょっと心残りを残しての終わりになったのかなとは思います。あとはもう残った選手が勝ってくれれば嬉しいなというところです、今の気持ちは。
ラビット5って最初4連勝してるんですよね。それもギリギリで結構もぎ取っていって、で5を僕のダブルブッキングで2連敗したんですかね。でそこからですかね、やっぱり成長っていうか、次勝てねえよみたいな、そんな感じの雰囲気だったんですけど、もう終盤ですかね、来週は勝てるよみたいな、そういう自信がおのおのついてたんで、そこがでかいと思いますね。何事も自分たちのやってることに対して自信を持ってできてるっていうのは誇れるところですかね、やっぱりこのチーム。
そうですね、私はまずチームに秩序を与えてますね。もともとなんだ選手でも私このチーム入ったんですけれども、入った当初からひどいもので、もう遅刻は当たり前のようにしてくるし、言葉遣いはひどいし、はい、練習態度もなんかもうなんでしょう、自分の感情だけでやってるような、チームでやってないような人間ばかりで、非常に落胆した思い出があります。そういったところをなくしていければなって思いながら、どんな言葉を使ったらいいかわからないんですけど、そのチームに秩序を与えるという形で、一番大きいのはそこかなっていうふうには思っているんですよね。あとは当然マネージャーとしてのお仕事ですとか、そういうところで選手に負担をかけないですよね。あとはその選手の個人の意見というのをできるだけ尊重して、どうしたいか、これからどうしたいのか、でそうするためにはどういった道があるのかっていうのを示したりですとか、そういうことを頑張ってますね。
そうですね、今七金さんはやっぱりそういうチーム、さっき言った通りゲームハウスでしたりとかスポンサー周り、自分はそういう練習とかっていうのを組んでいったりとか、しっかりと管理をしないといけないなっていう感じでやってっておりますね。
としては、チームに安心感を与える、そのリザーブとして今やらせていただいている僕がそのメインの STM さんと同じレベルまで達することができれば、チームとしてもその先の安心感が出てきますし、そのチームの外から周りから見ても、あそこのチームはリザーブですらあそこまでのレベルに達しているんだっていう風なところを見せつけていくことができれば、それでチームとしての力の誇示としてつながることになりますし、そういうところで、リザーブとしてでもその気を抜かずに全力でやっていくっていうのがチームの貢献にそのままつながっていくっていう考えています。
私もともとレインさんに対するイメージっていうのがそこまでなかったんですよね。で入ってきて結構なんかグイグイ来る人だなっていうイメージを受けましたね。で最近はよくエステとデュオ級とかをして一緒に練習してて、でその連携深め合ってるみたいなので、彼らの中でもコミュニケーションっていうのが生まれてるのかなっていうふうに思います。
ランページ FM とか韓国の選手とか入れてきたりとかっていうこともあって、すごく変わるっていうんですかね、やっぱり LJL として。その中でも僕たちは僕たちが食いついていけれたらいいなとは思ってます。なんで、引き続き応援していただければ嬉しいですね。
シーズン1では一度も試合に出ることはなかったんですけど、シーズン2では自分で仕上げてきて、ぜひ試合に出れるように努力しますので、その時は応援よろしくお願いします。
じゃあ私から一つだけ、俺のマネジメントに触れろ。以上です。
そうきたか、お疲れ様でした。
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to LJL. My name is Reed Rappin Melton. Joining me is Daniel C. Fedrakos and, of course, our LJL counterparts, Eyes and Revel, bringing it to you live from Japan in Japanese. We're here for English coverage and, of course, for everyone watching. So thanks for tuning into the LJL, and what a night it's been. Kind of a slow and steady run there from 7th Heaven to close out their game versus Rascal Jester, but still very, very well executed. And we did see their first time without a Sivir, proving that once again they can play without that staple to their lineup.
Definitely, and I feel like Mweki has proven now that he's, not just a one-trick pony, that the lineup has shown that they can win a game, but, I'm not sure if it was their strategy to kind of go for that, the death by 1,000 cuts, just taking little advantages where they could, and then they just gave up on that and, just plunged the knife in and ended the game in an instant, or if they are just kind of struggling to force any sort of objective, and we're jumping right into picks and bans in our next game of the night. So we can review that one more towards the end or maybe another time, but it's going to be Apex Gaming versus Rabbit5. We're already in picks and bans. Apex, some big changes. Of course, with Rumble and Rise both banned away on blue side, you have to assume that Lily's champion pool is probably relatively small, given that he's banning away two of the stronger top laners in general. I'm not sure what he has been practicing on. We'll have to see. Kalista also taken away from Estelle. Why they took Kalista away from Estelle is beyond me. Estelle actually a very... Well, the thing is if we look, I believe his only Kalista game, he went 1-6-1. So a little, I mean, obviously the champion is still very, very powerful, but potentially a very a questionable choice to take that one away. Ziggs, yeah, and Ziggs taken away and LeBlanc taken away from Henrietta. I'm not sure about these bans either. Like you said, we don't really know a whole lot about this guy, who he is, where he came from, but. I mean, Ziggs and LeBlanc, obviously very strong champions in their own right, so maybe just some defensive choices here. And Evelyn taken away from I mean, I think that's the one champion that has proven himself on, so just really trying to limit Apex's options here. And Rabbit5 just cannot afford to drop a game, so definitely playing it safe in picks and bans. Well, I like this early Alistar pickup for Ioski. I'm curious to see if he can play it. Alistar definitely the strongest, I would argue the strongest support in the meta. I think definitely comparable to Nautilus, but please lock in Bard. Okay, here's the thing about me. I play a ridiculous amount of Bard. I just got to rank 5 Bard the other day. I love this character. I love watching this character. Rank 5 Bard means absolutely nothing, but it made me feel special. But they're not going to do it. They're teasing me with it. This is why you don't talk about hovers. Yeah, definitely an interesting choice. I love the Gragas for Rain Brain. I think Rain Brain hasn't really proven himself on the Gragas quite yet, but has shown himself to be quite the playmaker for this team. And I think if, it's obviously kind of required jungler to have in your pool as a competitive level jungler. And, it's just overall, I think, the strongest jungler in the meta right now. So trading power pick in the form of Alistar for a power pick in the form of Gragas. But of course, Vayne early on, I really don't like Vayne. In general, personal bias, I think Vayne is a very flashy, very exciting champion to watch, but doesn't have any kind of safety against a team that's very coordinated. She can always split push, but Sivir, offers so much more. And I feel like picking the Vayne now is them preemptively denying the Sivir, but I don't know why they would do that when they could have just taken it for themselves. Of course, Lily will get her or his hands on that Gnar, and I gonna get that gonna get the Rek'Sai for himself. But interesting, just kind of interesting strategy over here. The Apex actually putting together a very solid pick ban phase. I think more standard, more meta focused than anything we've seen from them so far. So definitely liking this a lot. But Rapid5 are trying some stuff out. Not even talking about these picks that they're hovering over right now, but the Gragas and the Vayne, very interesting to me, and I think we're just going to have to wait and see what the rest of the picks are. Definitely. Of course, love the Sivir pick. Would love to see that locked in. But let's focusing on the other side for picks that have already been locked in. I think Morgana, obviously a pretty strong flex there. Hecarim, not so much a flex. Definitely going to go into the top lane for Moyashi. And one of the big issues I have with this pick, oh my gosh. Okay, well, I'm not going to talk about it until it happens. But the issue I have with Hecarim is Hecarim actually has a not so favorable matchup with Gnar, especially if Gnar builds a Frozen Mallet early on. So that feels like, once again, Moyashi just a little bit, potentially a little bit overconfident here. And, we did see Ayasuke get the Ari, but it looks like Shin Mori is going to grab Syndra. Wow. 10 out of 10. Love it. Dark Sphere nerfs are what I was going to talk about. Dark Sphere, her Q going down means she struggles to trade early lane effectively. And as you said, also the stun, making it harder to hit when Scatter the Weak is just such an important part of the kit is just so difficult. But, I mean, if anyone can make it work at Shin Mori has already proven himself to be an effective part of this lineup. Despite originally being, a sub, I guess still technically a sub for Rapid5, he's kind of showed up again and again. And, if there is a time for Rapid5 to practice is against Apex, who's a team that has traditionally struggled. But this new Apex lining is mostly unknown. And, I mean, if Apex are going to win a game, it's going to be here. but that 25-75% votes are pretty telling. Not a whole lot of people have a ton of faith in Apex, at least at this point in the season, as they are still yet to find a single win. Yeah, definitely. They usually stray towards more aggressive early lineups for more gimmicky lineups. This time around, sticking to what's something standard. Go through in the lineups. Lily, of course, in the top lane, swapping out that support role. Not the... To be fair, most of these KDAs are not going to be much better. Apex has been struggling most of their games. They get 3 kills, I believe, on average. Some of them they get 0. Some of them, it's been a struggle for Apex so far. So the KDAs don't show it. Henrietta, of course, coming in with a clean slate versus Shin Mori, though. We'll have to see who will come out on top. Shin Mori already making a name for himself with a 5.20 KDA in a very skill-intensive matchup. And then ADCs, always got to watch this one in the bot lane. Japan, of course, home to so many talented ADCs. And Estelle, formerly a mid laner, versus Harone, dedicated ADC player. Vayne versus Sivir, once again the matchup in the bot lane. And finally for support, and, really, I think Rapid 5 have been playing pretty consistently. They just need to tighten up some of their small mistakes. They need to be confident when they get those leads, which is obviously something that I think a lot of teams in Japan are working on, because Rapid 5, I think, came so close in the first week versus Ozone to getting that win and just couldn't quite close it out. And as a result, I think Ozone took advantage where they found it, were able to turn it against Rapid 5. And, honestly, if Rabbit 5 can find an advantage in Snowball, this should be a pretty easy win for them. But, this is a new Apex lineup, and you can't really afford to give ground to a team that you don't know. So if they don't come out of the gates swinging, if they take their time here, if they hesitate, which is a problem they've definitely had in the past, I think this Apex lineup, especially if Henrietta is as good as, we've been led to believe, then it should be, it's definitely a good opportunity for Apex to turn it around and grab their first win. Definitely have to see. Queen. Oh, it's the new Syndra skin. That's why Shinmori's playing it. It's that sweet new, the Queen of Diamonds, I believe is what it is, or Queen of, I think, yeah, Queen of Diamonds, Syndra skin. Always nice. This is already. I already like this coming in from Apex. This is normally they just play very passive, very defensive starts, but this already right here is a sign that they've been practicing some new strategies, going in for an early invade here. We'll have to see. Really, they're not going to get any kills, but the question is going to be where do they place their vision and what are they looking to find here? Raptors. Krug camp. Yeah, so this is interesting. You saw them ping out for that lane ward because they wanted to spot out for the lane swap, but it looks like not going to lose too much of it. They wanted standard lanes. They got standard lanes. This is really interesting choice from them to start with the Krugs as a Sivir lane. Sivir, by default, by starting Ricochet, has lane pressure advantage and is guaranteed level 2, for the most part at least guaranteed, over her laning opponents, especially even against a Morgana since her Tormented Soil has been nerfed. So interesting to give up so much life and in a small amount of early XP just to get that fast level 2. And it's going to mean that they're going to get to level 3 faster because the wave is pushing towards them, but they're not getting really any advantage from getting the level 2 early on. So an interesting choice, maybe just trying to funnel more farm into her own, but more farm and experience, but definitely just a little bit odd. Luckily, obviously in the Season 5 jungle, 3 buffing, not as big of a deal because they've shifted a lot of the EXP around and each camp gives relatively the same experience, but not having red buff going to make those Rek'Sai ganks that much less effective. And mid lane actually looking pretty even. Henrietta getting pushed in, but farming up pretty well. Gonna struggle a little bit here under the tower, but keeping it mostly even. And, you know, looks like a solid match so far. Level 6, obviously, always going to be the exciting point of contention for that Ahri matchup. Spirit Rush just so necessary to get efficient damage off. Always nice. Of course, Syndra taking that Ignite means she's got that extra oomph to back it up. And Henrietta a little bit slow on those reaction times. Maybe a little bit too used to playing on that North American server. Not quite used to this newer, lower ping. But, you know, just getting turned around on there. And, you know, excellent map movement from Rainbrain and getting Syndra ahead early on despite the nerfs that we talked about earlier. Absolutely devastating. Lily, though, yeah, trades the flash there. So once again, an excellent gank from Rainbrain, always where he needs to be, seemingly. And Lily not dropping down to place another ward, could be in trouble. Rainbrain, that was excellent. I gotta say the dash forward to force him to backstep and then mid animation flashing into him to get the stun still, you know, just super confident play there. And I feel like Rabbit 5, or for Rainbrain, this is exactly what I wanted to see. I wanted to know if he could play Gragas efficiently, and already 100% kill participation. Got a kill for his mid laner, got a kill for his top laner, and it's looking like things are going as expected. Rabbit 5 already starting to put pressure across the map instantly, and unfortunately for Apex, still struggling to keep up. And the snowball begins, and Rainbrain, I feel like against teams that, more experienced teams, Rainbrain is always a little bit more hesitant, but he's just so confident against Apex. He knows he's the stronger jungler, and he is just kind of rubbing it in their faces right now, applying so much pressure across each and every one of the lanes, giving up so much of his own jungle farm to get his individual laners ahead. And while Haron is actually out farming in the bottom lane, his mid lane is losing so quickly. A 25 CS difference between these two laners, in addition to the 2 kills. Lily could be in trouble.
Oh, that's right. This time Lily is trying to find out which way to run. Avoids the knockup and just barely allows I to come in for the save. Lily still alive just barely, but not going to be going down just yet.
Gonna have to back out of that one. Of course, really needs the... Oh, Henrietta in the mid lane could be in trouble.
Oh, okay. No, Henrietta gonna get knocked way back away. Avoids that stun, just barely missed. Throws back a taunt, but it's not going to be quite enough to get her away from this. Still very slow. And as the chase continues here, Rainbrain will finally help Shinmori grab a 3rd kill in the mid lane. Man, Rainbrain, he's got his chocolate, graham crackers, marshmallows. He's pitching the tent, lighting the campfire. It's a whole camping experience in the mid lane. And her Henrietta, you got to feel for this guy. He's not having... It's his first competitive game in LJL, and he's being focused so incredibly hard.
And I think that's the strategy here. They know that Henrietta is the new member. They know that they can probably shut down his comfort and his ability to communicate with the team, because the standard is, I mean, when players fall behind, they communicate less, and it takes a lot of experience and a lot of comfort with your own team to kind of forgo that, to still be comfortable talking, to communicate to your team what's happening, what you need as a player. And I imagine for Henrietta and for Apex, communication is going to be pretty tough right now, because just falling so far behind so quickly. I mean, Syndra, Shinmori, 3-0, needlessly large rods, so much AP, and that Ori can barely walk into that lane. I don't even think she can, as you see her just struggling.
This is where you combine the needlessly large rod with the Fiendish Codex to make a Deathfire Grasp, and all of a sudden you're like, what? That item's still in the game, and you're just get all crazy, and then you realize it's not, you get a little bit sadder. So you can't combine those 2 items, but it's a nice realization. Whoa! Henrietta might just... Okay, I think he's 1 tick away from dying there. Yeah, health potion, they save lives. Nice healthcare plan there on Summoner's Rift to keep Henrietta alive.
Yeah, but I mean, if you look at it too, it's just so rough, because now another about 6 or 7 CS, probably maybe even another 6 or 7 on top of that, as this next wave already crashing to the turret. A turret could go down here, and Rainbrain, look, just excellent play from him. Never saw this when he was back on Rascal Jester, but he's just stepped up so much on Rabbit 5 and really starting to flourish here. Sees the weakness, punishes it, and then just keeps punishing it. It's 3K gold lead, single-handedly built out of this mid lane.
Yeah, mid lane is completely done. It's over. Shinmori is going to walk into lane and just ult Henrietta, and he's going to die. Rain Brain is back again. Still gets that ultimate off. There's the counter stun, and Henrietta, he's not going to make it out of this one. Rain Brain is camping mid lane so hard. Shinmori is 4-0 versus 0-4, and that was Henrietta with a Negatron cloak.
It's just too little too late, unfortunately. I mean, we're 10 minutes in, and this is a 4-0 Syndra, and I mean, and now it just never stops.
And Lily now pretty dead. Flashes. Oh, actually, wow, that was a good flash. Saves his life just barely. Onslaught of Shadows there from Moyashi. Almost able to pick up the kill, but just shy of that damage. And you were talking about this earlier, Sifa, the Frozen Mallet for Gnar. It's a great item to buy versus Hecarim. Decreases his attack damage, but it's not going to save you from getting dove over and over again. Moyashi putting on the pressure, and still with almost a 30 CS lead in that top lane.
Yeah, and I mean, Hecarim generally considered to have a poor matchup versus Gnar, but Moyashi just such a confident laner, finding opportunities to CS better, a 30 CS lead just about in his favor, and I mean, pretty much everything that could possibly go right for ROUND5 is going right for them right now. I mean, Awaker and Estelle farming comfortably, definitely falling a little bit further behind, but no worries yet.
Oh, there's a flash in. Pulverize. Where's the headbutt? Black Shield waiting for it to wear off. Can't use the Pulverize. Estelle finally kiting backwards. Pulverize still available from Ayasuke, but he can't get in range to use it. Nice follow-up there from I, just couldn't get in range.
Unfortunately, he actually used the Pulverize. That's the thing. He got the...
Wait, I didn't even see the animation because it was Black Shield.
Yep, exactly. Didn't even work. Black Shield. And I love, honestly, the Morgana pick into Alistar here. It's not my favorite support right now, but it's so good against Alistar. And Alistar just, most of his kit's so useless against that Black Shield. And when you have such a lethal, single member of your team like Estelle on this Vayne, being able to protect them and make them immune to that CC is going to be so strong, especially against a lineup with a Gnar, with an Ahri, with a Rek'Sai. I mean...
Oh, Rain Brain. Watching out for the top lane. He's waiting to get this dive on. Now, Lily is about to transform. It could make this gank go horribly wrong. Getting the transformation in a great spot. Nars, both Rain Brain and Moyashi away. But actually, he's going to survive. Narrow escape there again. Lily just barely able to make it out alive.
And I gotta say, everything definitely going against Apex right now, but Lily surviving as well as he has is a good sign for him as a top laner. I mean, that's some smart play. Most top laners would have used that Gnar ultimate to push Gragas and Hecarim into the wall, to try to get that bigger stun, that bigger damage, but he knew that he would not live if he did that, so he pushes them away, gets himself to safety, makes sure that he survives, and... Moyashi could have gone in, I think, for the kill there, but would have had to trade his life for it and just was not happy about that one.
Rain Brain, there's the smite, and he's going to feed that blue buff over to Shinmori's Syndra. Syndra at this point is still going to complete the Morellonomicon, and I like that decision instead of trying to just build up straight to the death cap. Still sticking with the early game itemization, but the mid lane is done. We've already seen that, and so I'm glad Rain Brain's actually making this move to the bottom lane. And now Ayasuke, he's got the damage reduction from that Unbreakable Will, but I'm not sure that can last long enough. He's in the middle of 3 very high damage champions, and as soon as his ult wears out, so does he. Estelle on the board with his first kill of the game.
Definitely just growing this advantage more and more, and it looks like this is the final opponent that Apex will face in the first round, but they may not find their win here. They'll have to wait till the second portion of the round robin.
That's like a Texas accent there.
Portion. I don't even know what that was.
It's trying to make me feel at home.
It's early or it's late. I don't know what it is. But either way.
Depends on your time zone. I'm pretty sure it's fairly early for most people.
It's, and this is ROUND5 playing as expected. A little bit controversial in the picks department, but their execution and their mechanics, I think, are just superior. They have more experienced players. And just in each of their individual lanes, just that much more comfortable. And slowly gaining advantage in every lane except for bottom lane. But, late game, Vayne is going to be an absolute monster, and she's farming so comfortably despite being theoretically the weaker early game champion.
And especially versus a Sivir, where Sivir is less of like a 1v1 champion, more of like a, hey, we're going to slingshot my entire team into you, get the mobility advantage. Not necessarily something Apex are going to be looking for quite a while. Still actually taking quite a bit of harass, working on a Blade of the Ruined King first, and kind of the one bastion of hope here for Apex has always been their AD carry lane. Hiron, most popular member on the team by a long shot, and is actually doing fairly well. They got a 20 CS lead over Estelle, already almost towards that Infinity Edge, and hasn't been really negatively impacted in lane at all.
Yeah, and honestly, Hiron consistently impressive performances in these games, despite the repeated losses here. Lily also doing pretty well for himself. It's really just, Henrietta kind of dropping the ball in the first game, and I think also kind of to be expected. It's the first game in the professional scene for Henrietta against a much more experienced team, and it's just a tough spot to be.
Well, especially when you've got Gragas in your lane every 5 seconds trying to gank you again and again, and just running him into the ground. Now, another dive up top lane. This time the minions tank it up. Oh, Lily just jumped over that body slam. I've never seen a perfect dodge like that before. Lily trying to outplay this dive over and over again. Third time's the charm. Moyashi there to take him out.
Yeah, it doesn't look like, and no charm. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, Henrietta right place, just slightly behind on the roam.
Well, I mean, good map response, but unfortunately, just not quite enough. Henrietta not quite able to keep up at this high-level competitive pace just yet. Obviously, his first game in his career, though, so still got hopefully plenty of time. Maybe just needs a little bit more experience scrimming these teams. Kind of a last-minute replacement here. And Shin Mori just farming comfortably, a 60 CS advantage. 60 CS advantage. I'm going to say it one more time. It's pretty massive.
That's ridiculous. Like I said, mid lane, it's kind of over. I'm still looking for like a death cap to come out of the next time. Heron actually going to go forward, use the on the hunt to be able to allow I to come in there. No knockup just yet, but a headbutt pulverized combo right into Estelle takes him out. Heron there to pick up the kill credit and a big engage. Perfect utilization of all the spells on the hunt. Getting I just in range in order to flash, burrow, knock up Estelle, getting taken down, and that's actually a big win for Apex, getting their AD carry consistently farther ahead of Rabbit 5's.
Definitely, and I mean, I'm pretty impressed that they executed that as well as they did. It's an excellent use of that on the hunt to get that gank off, and of course, A and Ayasuke, we're coming together to make that happen. So overall, very good play, but Moyashi could be in trouble here.
Yeah, look at Lily. This is the power of that frozen mallet. Now, I still don't agree with engaging super hard when you've just gotten dove over and over again. There's the flash, the explosive cask. Nard, not going to push you away when the explosive cask pushes you just as far. Rainbrain still gets the knockback on with that explosive cask and is able to combo with Moyashi to give him his third kill of the game.
It's just such a tough spot to be for Lily, and still, I have to say a really solid performance and almost flawless engage there, but just did not take Rainbrain into account. And Henrietta.
Henrietta's forcing a flash out of Shin Mori. Never thought I'd see the day, but a gank coming in. I has actually been doing a decent job. He's the only player in the game, of course, other than Hiron, to actually go positive. Although not very positive, about as unpositive as you can get while still being on the positive side. And of course, we will have a quick pause here for Hiron, who's experiencing some technical difficulties to get back in. But yeah, Hiron is 23 CS ahead of Estelle, has a kill over him, and is now looking for most likely a Zeal to come out next. Although to be fair, Estelle still has a ton of items, at least for being 18.5 minutes into the game.
Well, I mean, it's pretty much a free farm lane for the most part. Both laners are farming comfortably. Really, the only kill pressure is when I is in that lane, or when a Waker or Estelle misposition and step too far forward. But, I think Vayne will continue farming comfortably. And really, they have a big advantage. They've got 6K. It's 18 minutes, and they're...
You know how sure I am the Rabbit 5 have an advantage? I'm not just confident. I'm positive. Dude, pause jokes. You gotta make up for the time.
I mean, come on. I just feel like after our last game, where it was a 45-minute game with 10 kills, they're like, okay, this is a little too aggressive. It's 18 minutes in, 19 minutes in, there's 9 kills. We gotta slow it down here. This is too much. course, though, I mean, I'm pretty impressed, honestly, so far with Rabbit 5. They're playing very confidently, closing out very quickly, Hecarim pressuring on the top side, and really, like, I think the world is their oyster at this point, and if they group as 5, that they cannot be stopped in any way, shape, or form, but I don't think they're used to being this far ahead. It's kind of weird to go from having these very close games where you're struggling just to find an edge to being so dominant.
It's definitely a transition to see, and struggling, I feel like once you get so good at dealing with playing from behind, maybe that's actually a strength for ApexR Gaming since they play so much from that position. But I mean, they're not even far behind when you compare their duo lanes. You can see the gold count right there. Only a 200 gold advantage for Hiron, but still an advantage, which is not a situation you see all the time for ApexR. And now finally getting everybody back in the game, ready to go here in Rabbit 5 on a little bit of the back foot as far as that duo lane is concerned, but still in a good spot on the rest of the map. And by good spot, I mean incredible spot when you look at Shin Mori.
Yeah, Shin Mori, 4-0-1. I mean, Death Cap, Ludens Echo. Don't think we'll see an Hourglass. Looks like we're going to see the Death Cap come out. As well as some Vision Wards, so glad to see him a little bit dedicated to that. And an upgraded Trinket as well. So clearly ready to hide in a bush and kill some people with a single combo at this point in the game. At least that's what he's telling me with the upgraded Trinket as well as those green wards there. And you know, Henrietta responding has now the Abyssal Scepter may be able to survive at least a little bit in lane as we don't see too much magic penetration on the side of Shin Mori. But, you know, still very massive gold lead in the favor of Rabbit 5. Kind of just waiting for them to put it into effect. It doesn't really manifest as much in these solo lanes just because of the Gnar matchup still being in favor of Gnar. Oh, could be a fight here, though.
We very well could, and gotta watch out for this teleport. Actually a great position, but it's fully canceled. And now Yasuke is too far deep into the enemy team with the explosive cast, throwing him out of position. Meanwhile, top lane, it was actually the Hecarim Onslaught that went in and picked up the kill. Actually, no, didn't actually use Onslaught of Shadows. Just had the Rampage in there, knocked Lily out of his teleport to keep him from turning that fight around. Actually would have been a really good timing as Lily's Gnar bar, the Rage bar, was actually starting to fill up. So could have turned the team fight around. A great stop in the top lane. Rainbrain right in position with Rabbit 5 to help them take down their second dragon.
Second Dragon, of course, only going to help them press this advantage further with that new addition to the 10%, or sorry, with that 10% extra damage to towers. And now, I mean, Hecarim trading so well on the top lane despite that frozen mallet, and Shin Mori constantly threatening to murder anyone who enters, I think, like a 700 range area of him. You know, everything is in favor right now of Rabbit 5. They've got the Righteous Glory on Rainbrain as well, and honestly, if they can find another kill or anything else, they're going to be able to push in deeper pretty quickly here.
Here, Lily, you can maybe slow it with auto attacks, but when the full combo from Moyashi just kills you anyway, the Frozen Mallet's not going to help you out there. But now it's coming top lane. Rainbrain, Shin Mori. I's going to say bye-bye after that one. Goes back to base the hard way, 30-second death timers.
And now I expect we'll see them go mid.
Henrietta does actually get a nice charm. There's the exhaust, and that's actually going to be Shin Mori going down. Unfortunately, Ayasuke, as a top laner that he used to be, takes that kill away from Henrietta. But I guess that's kind of good because it keeps him from being worth gold now that he's so far behind.
Definitely not something players normally have to consider, but definitely a valid consideration here. And you know, honestly, Rabbit 5 looking surprisingly bloodthirsty. I feel like they got the 2 kills on the top lane. They easily could have pushed in for that tier 2 tower, and instead just moving around the map looking for more kills instead. So kill-focused style of gameplay, not what we usually see from them, but Moyashi still doing a lot of work onto that tower anyway.
Trying to take a look, but it does not seem as if it's going to be completely up to just the turret game. It's 2-0 so far, but most likely not going to stay that way for long. Specifically the bottom turret, you know, the real sort of bastion of strength here for Apex Star Gaming. Hiron has been doing work down there, saves his turret, and so that is sort of drawing this game out a little bit longer, especially since as soon as Shinmori got as far ahead as he did in the mid lane, I thought things were going to be a lot more negatively impacted, not just mid, but across the map, but he hasn't actually left the mid lane, hardly ever, to try to make something happen, snowball these side lanes, although now starting to make the roam down just to put wards, and now he's back to mid.
And while Rapid5 have been much more aggressive and Rainbrain has been, you know, distinctly impactful across the map, this is still the Rapid5 we've seen a lot in the weeks past, which is the more kind of indecisive Rapid5. They have an advantage. They have a massive advantage, and they can easily pressure it and push for something greater with minor risks, but they're not even willing to take those risks, and as a result, you know, they're just not able to have too much of an impact across the map. They do have massive advantages, without a doubt, but, you know, if we gave the same advantage to a team like Ozone or to a team like Focus Me, I feel like they would be able to break inhibitor lines so much faster, and that alone is a little concerning for Rapid5. We'll have to see if they can adjust that, though. It looks like they finally gained the confidence to go in.
I know, man, coming back in. There's a long-range stun. Henrietta, Spirit Rush away. No harm, no foul, but an ultimate down there for the Apex mid lane.
Not going to find an engage on that one. Unfortunately, Binding missed in that exchange, so just going to walk away. Of course, Dragon will be up in the next couple of minutes. We'll give them something to fight for. Potentially to bait Apex into a losing fight as they extend their gold lead to 7K. But Rapid5, once again, taking it slow. Slow and steady, name of the game. Yeah, I feel like Japanese players are just so respectful of their opposing teams, as they never want to like put themselves in a position where they don't have an absolute advantage. And so in this case, Rapid5 kind of playing to that and taking it slow. On the opposite side, though, Apex slowly starting to recoup things. Obviously, a single kill in the bot lane, single kill in the mid lane as well. And I mean, if they can find a few more kills, they may be able to start to even this up. Especially a shutdown onto Moyashi in the top lane would be a massive swing in gold.
Top lane, or even, shut down on Shinmori. That actually did give a lot of gold there. Oh, face checking in. Rainbrain's going to get the bounce house onto him. Double knockups there from Unburrow and Pulverize, but now maybe a little bit of a turnaround as Estelle starting to come back into the fight. Teleport to back him up by Yasuke, not really taking a whole lot of damage with his Unbreakable Will still on. Another Unburrow knocks up Estelle, but I might just be in too much trouble. There's the unleashed power from Shinmori to take him down, and now Moyashi just tanking up to survive just long enough to stay alive, but does finally go down there in the end. A shutdown off that Foxfire. Ari picking herself up for first kill of the game. Henrietta now finally on the board.
Rapid5, I feel like just having a little bit of fun there on that one. Gonna get the exchange in their favor, but are gonna give the shutdown away. So overall, the gold in that exchange actually going in the favor of Apex, I believe, just because of how massive Moyashi was on that Hecarim. Of course, Syndra more than happy to have another 2 kills under her belt, but it seems to me that Rapid5 didn't really need to do that. They didn't really need to dive the tower there to have an advantage. Their advantage was big enough that they could have just, pushed out each of their individual lanes and had Rainbrain back them up, and they could have taken a few more turrets. But preferring to do it in a little bit flashier fashion, definitely can respect that. So, this is the risk, of course, of doing things in a flashier fashion, is that you give up a kill here and there.
Here and there, and not quite everywhere. They haven't given a kill up in the AD carry role, and that's what Hiroan might be just looking up to do right now. A nice Pulverize of the stealth Vayne. Ayasuke should actually still die here underneath the turret, but he sacrifices his life so that Hiroan can try to live. Nope, not having it. Moyashi going on the deep dive and taking him down.
Well, third Dragon, of course, going over to Rapid5. 5% movement speed, going to make their map movement that much easier. And now Estelle pushing in this bottom lane. I mean, Rapid5 been pretty on point this game. Obviously, as I said, not quite aggressive enough for my taste, but they're making it work for themselves. 3-14, the kill score. And, Syndra just so ridiculously strong with this death cap. And she can pretty much build whatever she wants. Moyashi in the top lane strong as well. And I feel like Hecarim has been a really big all-star this week. He kind of didn't see that much play last week at all with the new popularity of Ryze, but now that Ryze is being banned out, Hecarim is back, and I think we've seen him in every game tonight.
We have 100% play rate, and I think you're starting to see why. In a region that is so 80 carry focused, the ability to dive the backline, it's a pretty big asset, and you're starting to see now the first death of the game for Hiron. He's been the strongest player on Apex R the entire season. That's not quite paying off.
Yeah, well, I mean, at this point, he's still on a very supportive character, can get some fights on his team's terms if he finds an opportunity, but I mean, the issue is I don't think any one member of Apex can duel any one member of ROUND5 at this point, outside of maybe Awaker, just because Estelle is getting stronger very quickly. Rainbrain on that Gragas is nearly unkillable now, as he has so much health. And, of course, Moyashi on Hecarim and Shinmori on Syndra. It's just absolutely oppressive, the characters that they have. They all snowball so very effectively. And now, of course, with that Void Staff, I mean, the Abyssal Scepter not even relevant anymore for Henrietta.
Yeah, Abyssal not going to matter. Luden's Echo, though, is actually a pretty big power spike, but not when the teams are starting to build magic resistance already. There's MR on Estelle, MR on Utapon, or on Moyashi. Look at Moyashi, he's just one-shot the remaining HP there on the turret. Taking it down for the 4th turret kill of the game here for ROUND5.
Well, 3-14 once again, finally grabbing that turret in the top lane, breaking that tier 2. We'll have to see if they just start moving around the map and breaking each of these, as I believe that they can. But they can also try to push for something greater like Baron, but I don't think there's any reason for them to risk it. They have so much strength in their composition, and honestly, not even just in their players. I think any 5 champions with this much of a gold advantage would be able to have a very large impact on the map. So the fact that they have built this sort of duelist kind of pick comp with solid but counter engage and picks as well, not the biggest thing. Like the composition that they built overall just not as important as the individual lane strengths that and lane advantages that they've found. On the opposite side for Apex, they're obviously very far behind, but their team composition much more synergistic. You have that Rek'Sai, you have that Gnar, pair it with the On the Hunt, and you could get a really good team fight. But it's going to take a lot of confidence and a very solid execution.
Pulverized there on a Rainbrain. Ayasuke trying to get away, but he is not going to make it out of this one in time. Shinmori, though, gets caught up by Henrietta, and the Abyssal Scepter actually helps out. Saves his life, gets him out alive, and now actually Awaker forced away, with I actually getting a little team fight win for Apex R Gaming. Shinmori, strongest member of the team, just gets taken down.
Yeah, and for Shinmori, really, I mean, it's just... unfortunate circumstance, having such a good game, gets picked up there, but you got to give a lot of credit to Henrietta. Definitely suffered in the laning phase, but it looks like he's gotten a little bit of those jitters out, and he's now forming at a little bit more of a level we can expect to see from him in the future. And I got to say, some solid and smooth play, weaving his way in between those skill shots, snagging the charm, and picking himself up a nice kill for the effort.
Absolutely. ROUND5 now coming back into the mid lane. They've still got a lot of late game scaling as well. The ability of Hecarim to dive the back line just gets stronger and stronger. And Estelle, he's finally picked up the majority of his 3 items that he wants now. But oh man, Hiron going in onto Awaker. Beautiful spell shield. And with a nice crit down, he takes him down. Hiron. I don't know if we're heading to Sendai Starbucks for some free coffee after this or not, but with plays like that, it's making it look likely.
Well, the big thing, of course, is, talking time and time again about how ROUND5 struggle to press the advantage when they have such a large gold lead, and it's, slowly but surely going to start slipping from their fingers if they don't get larger global objectives or really push the advantage here. They have the tools necessary to close out the game right now, but they just have not found the confidence to do it or an opportunity to do so. As you see Moyashi hovering around in the boot. I mean, this is a level 18 Hecarim. He can just walk up here and out-trade Lily.
Yeah,
and
that is something to point out. Level 18. 3 levels up over Lily.
Just massive advantages, but they're starting to lose those advantages as you find Sivir now getting solo kills. Ari picking up kills. And, they had the opportunity to shut out Apex completely, and they let that opportunity slip away. So it's a little disappointing from ROUND5, gotta say.
One advantage Rapid 5 might actually have is, okay, Lily might be in a little bit of a struggle. If Lily can get a black cleaver, then Moyashi won't actually be able to do anything against him. And I feel like that might be the turnaround, but for now, Lily's still in a very, very difficult spot. The Thorn Mail completed by Moyashi definitely going to turn that matchup, or at least keep it in his favor. About, what is that, 250 armor worth of just bonus stats coming in from his items.
And that's just absolutely insane. I mean, this Hecarim is just so strong. He doesn't even have to build magic resist because Ari just not enough of a threat at this stage. Does, of course, have the Spectre's Cowl anyway, but, you know, Ari not going to do too much at this point at least. And Rapid 5 looked like, I mean, absolute dragon control this game. Don't get me wrong. They have been flawless on that, and this is their 4th dragon. And they can push it to 5 if they want a reliable way to close out here, but they really shouldn't need it. They can just press for this tower. They do have the individual strength in their players right now. It's just so high. But we'll have to see if they can execute here.
Yeah, you can really see. Oh, okay, Hero, not the spot he wants to be in. Immediately disengaging. Another spell shield there, but not quite as effective. Henrietta goes in, goes out. not the fight he wanted to pick. He's like, Spirit Rush in. No, Spirit Rush out, and then makes his dastardly escape. But more importantly, Hiron went into a dangerous situation, made it out alive, and now Rabbit 5 pushing up, but without a kill.
And for Rabbit 5, I mean, that was a little bit of an odd teleport from Moyashi. I know he wanted to be with the team, but he just teleported directly in front of them, and they saw it coming, were able to immediately disable you know, just to slow him down to kind of reduce his effectiveness in that fight. And now, as a result, you can kind of see they're not really able to get too much off of this. Unfortunately, earlier in the game, it would have been so easy for them to push in that tower, but now Ari, despite what looks like a really horrible score, you know, 1-4-2, actually doing pretty well. Her gold is somewhat comparable to Syndra's, behind by about an item. Item and a half at this stage, which is a pretty big difference, but when you consider that all Henrietta needs to do is stop the minions from hitting the tower, it's a pretty acceptable stage to be at.
Some pretty significant things to start to talk about kind of emerging there. We've got a 20 CS lead for I in the jungle, who might just start to eclipse here. He's going up against a Gragas that has 11 assists, so that's not going to happen anytime soon, but especially with things like Lily and his next big item, the Black Cleaver, really being an impact, or having an impact on that 1v1. Maybe that turns around. Henrietta starting to get on the board there, helping the rest of his team out. Didn't look super great in that last team fight, but still starting to look better than when the game finally started out. And of course, as far as the AD carry matchup, Hiron actually still looking relatively good here towards the late game. And I think the biggest criticism that you actually might have levied earlier for Rabbit 5 is they just aren't moving to win the game. Like, if Apex R Gaming, all 5 champions just disappeared, how long would it take Rabbit 5 to push that advantage? Like, they're still not making moves that are, you know, dedicated to taking down the objectives they need to.
Definitely, and it feels like, you know, they've just been using 5th Dragon as a crutch in some of their games. And you know, using it again here, and Wolf Dragon, an excellent and reliable way to end the game. You know, against teams with better dragon control, it's just not going to be a viable option. So Rabbit 5 wanted to use this game to kind of practice, to try new things out, and while they got to do that with picks, they have not really done that with strategies. And you know, if the early game had gone different, we could see this as Apex's first win.
A really big sort of storyline for Apex R Gaming. You've got this LJL Japan region that focuses so much on the AD carry role. Well, for all the LJL teams, they all have these huge, like, really high-powered AD carry. You've got Unipon, you've got Mero, you've got Ricky P as well. Like, some of these huge names, and Apex R Gaming, they're a challenger team. They're like, well, where do we get the next Unipon? And they find this guy named Hiron. He's super charismatic. He plays with his heart on his sleeve a lot of times, and he's actually a ridiculously good AD carry, but not in a competitive scene. Hadn't really played competitively until he got on Apex R Gaming. And so they're like, all right, well, you're about the best we can get right now. It's sort of like the story of the kid from the streets joining the big team to try to make it in the big leagues. And while it hasn't found a victory just yet, I just realized that sounds like the plot of like 13 different animes that I've watched. But while that hasn't happened just yet, it's kind of on the horizon, and you can see it just get closer and closer with each Apex R game, but they haven't been able to find that win just yet.
No, not quite yet, but you see Lily doing his best to make it happen. He split pushes there in the top lane. Moyashi barely making it there in time to stop him from taking that turret, and you know, Lily's starting to scale up. As you said, we're kind of just waiting on that black cleaver now, but if Lily can finish that one up, Moyashi may not stand a chance. A 6-1-2 Hecarim slowly going to get outscaled here by the Gnar, at least in terms of the one-on-one matchup, not so much the actual team fight. Of course, Rain Brain, one more auto attack will take that one away. And I mean, for Rapid 5 right now, they have the deep wards. They just need to deep ward in, sweep out enemy vision, and then honestly, they can just wait in a bush and make a pick, or they can use that vision to try to outmaneuver their opponent on the map. But right now, they're just pushing out waves and waiting for this 5th dragon. Of course, it's a minute away. Apex have to fight for this one. But if Rapid 5 get it, they should be able to use it to close out the game.
Closing out the game, you say? What is this mystical concept? I don't think Rapid 5 are quite at that point in their game plan. I think the really big question for me is, what is their game plan? They've got a top laner that can dive the AD carry. All right, success. So set up a situation where you can do that. Nope, just kidding. We're going to try to get ward coverage advantage. We're going to try to push down, back away. Not really going for too much of a decisive play here. Rapid 5 now backing away from Apex R Gaming. And if you watch the way the game started, at no point was Rapid 5 ever backing away from Apex R. They were the ones camping these lanes, but unfortunately couldn't quite follow up to make anything happen off of that. And now, 40 minutes into the game, they've got an AD carry that's hyperscaling. They've got a mid laner that has insane burst damage, and they're not putting it to use.
Yeah, unfortunately, just have not, been able to do that quite yet. Just haven't really seemed too eager to force this advantage, more than content to take it slow, more than content to wait for the 5th dragon. As a result, we're going pretty late, and they've given up a lot of the advantage. Because, yes, don't get me wrong, the 9K gold lead that they built is pretty massive, but the impact of that gold lead is only going to diminish as we move forward in the game. And, I mean, 9K gold lead 10 minutes ago would have been great, and that's pretty much where they've been for the last 10 minutes. But, meaning less and less as we move forward. In another 10 minutes, it'll be functionally meaningless as we see most characters start to approach the full build kind of mark, at least as far as the carries go. Rapid 5 need to find an advantage. Of course, Dragon in 17 seconds, a great opportunity to do so, but... honestly, Apex have caught up a lot and may be able to take a fight for themselves if they position appropriately.
Positioning appropriately. What does that look like? Well, first of all, you have to deal with a split push from Moyashi. I'm not sure if Lily can necessarily do that. He's not going to be buying a Black Cleaver anytime soon. And that means his damage versus Moyashi probably not going to be able to push him off this turret. And yeah, there's Moyashi taking down Dragon at number 5. Ayasuke trying to get in onto it. Hiron running forward, taking all of that Syndra burst. Goes down to the Unleashed Power in the last auto attack there from Estelle. Dragon fight is going to go the way of Rapid 5. They'll take down Dragon number 5. And even with Lily bouncing on in, it's not going to be alive for much longer. A triple kill there for Estelle. And I versus Moyashi, kind of the battle of immortals right there. Nobody going to go down in their 1v1. But just overwhelmingly a huge team fight by Rapid 5. And all that ganking finally paid off for Shinmori. He one-shot Hiron and was able to follow up with a 4-for-0 exchange.
Yeah, and even with just this tiny creep wave here, I think Rainbrain is so tanky that they should just be able to close out the game. I mean, 30 seconds left on Ahri, on Lily, 15 on the bot lane, but Rapid 5 look like they have something else in mind as they turn their attention towards, it looks like Baron.
Yeah, stream unfortunately maybe a little bit frozen on my end, so we're going to take a brief break to go ahead, refresh everything, and make sure it's all good to go. And in the meantime, we can listen to our wonderful co-caster, Sifa.
I'll run you through it.
Let us know what's going on.
4 members of Rapid 5, everyone except for Moyashi, are pushing in to grab this Baron, and they will secure it. There's a massive creep wave on the top side in the favor of Apex, but Moyashi pretty safely going to be able to clear that one out, of course, with the help of this 5th Dragon buff as well as the Baron buff. Now, Rapid 5, incredibly powerful, and I feel like the fact that they did not just end the game is a little disappointing as we see Apex slowly pushing out of their base, slowly getting comfortable, trying to generate at least a little bit of vision, potentially to find an advantage here. And I'm not sure if your stream is refreshed, but if it has, you'll see them farming up and kind of waiting. Once again, they have massive advantages. You see Estelle hitting 1,200 damage.
1,200 crits.
But
oh my god.
If you don't attack your enemy, I mean, it's not going to do any damage. So they really just need to push in and end.
Life lesson here. Learning new things every day.
What's the quote that's credited to Hotshot that's totally a quote from a professional basketball player that's like, you miss every spear you don't throw. You miss every auto you don't click. You miss every auto.
Where have I been my entire life? This is exactly what I needed to finally get to Challenger. I've been not throwing
more spears, Rapid. Throw more auto attacks.
I learn something new every day. Well, Apex R Gaming going to learn something new, and that is how to defend their base versus all this. Lily takes the brunt of that unleashed power, and now actually a decent way to survive this team fight. Unfortunately, the inhibitor is actually going to die. Estelle trying to kite around. Ayasuke should die to one more auto attack, but actually he just barely makes it out alive. Can Hiron get forward enough to deal the damage he needs to? Lily takes those auto attacks. Look at those silver bowl crits coming out there. Estelle taking a little bit too much damage. Has to funnel out of there. Moyashi dies in the fountain, and Apex R Gaming now with this on the hunt might have the ability to chase something down. Probably not going to be able to catch anyone, and that is an inhibitor for ROUND5. They do lose their top laner, but mostly kind of assuming that as an acceptable risk after over-diving into the Nexus fountain.
Okay, I'm a little upset with you, ROUND5. I'll be honest. You could have ended the game there. You could have ended the game off that last team fight. You could have ended the game off the team fight before that, but you're taking your time, and I'm just going to assume you're styling. You're having a little bit of fun here. You're only 2-2 so far in the season, trying to build up your morale a little bit. But stop diving the Fountain Tower and end the game.
I mean, they did get Rainbrain.
This is disrespectful. Let's be honest.
Rainbrain is now double secret agent status. He's 2 007s in one. As long as those are...
It's like 1 007, 8 another 007, and that's Bragus the champion. Right?
I've never thought of it quite that way before. I mean, he is a drunken brawler. Maybe he just got so drunk that he kind of mistook things one way or another. I don't know. That's
totally reasonable. You get so drunk, you just become a cannibal.
This is why the champions need the lore, so that we don't have to speculate about this. We can know for sure.
Well, you know. Rip.
No, I don't, but I wish I did.
You know?
Well, it's still called Summoner's Rift. You still have Summoner spells, and somehow both of those don't mean anything anymore. Some big question marks. Inquiring minds want to know, but at least for the time being, okay. I'm not sure if you want to go to that particular spot, and it's going to immediately flash away. Moriyashi on the chase, trying to catch on to Henrietta, and there's the tumble in from his cell. Not sure if that earns you Vayne spotting points, but he was going forward. Of course, when you're this strong as Vayne, 5, almost 6 items completed, you could probably do just about whatever you want.
It's pretty true. You know,
we had to have at least one somewhat silly game of the night, Sifa. We started out with like this epic battle of the Titans, and then we settled down into maybe a little bit more of a methodical game, slow and steady, and now we're just kind of all crazy all over the place. No analysis necessary here for this. Is ROUND5, you could call this a slow and steady approach, but there's a fine line between that and the I refuse to click on the Nexus approach.
Yeah, I think we're definitely looking at the I refuse to click on the Nexus approach. Of course, Dragon is up in 18 seconds if they would like another 5th Dragon, and Baron will be up shortly after that. You know, so Moyashi solo trying to end the game while his team looks to pad their stats. So, you know, Moyashi's a dedicated guy, committed to pushing out those inhibitors, and Apex might find a fight here, actually.
Okay, Ayasuke gonna go in looking for the headbutt pulverize combo. Gets slammed back into the wall, binding onto Lily. Immediate counter engage, and it's looking good for Rabbit 5. The turnaround off the teleport, though, should be good. Moyashi, though, is actually gonna be using his ult. It's a 1-for-0 exchange so far. Henrietta there hits the Zhonya's. Nice save there, but they are gonna lose the support. Ayasuke, he's out of here. Trying to stay alive, but isn't gonna be able to do so much longer. Hiron, though, has got a lot of damage to put back. Nice spell shield on the Dark Binding, but with too many casualties taken in that fight, and now Hiron finally gonna get flashed on. Estelle takes it down with the Blade of the Ruin King Frog. He's dominating. They're dominating the Nexus turrets too, and the Nexus finally will find itself out of there. Ai is out of the base. He took a field trip, and that is gonna be the last Nexus explosion of the night as Apex R Gaming falls. Finally, in about a 50-minute game there to Rabbit 5.
Well played to both teams. Apex finally trying to find an engage on their terms, but you know, good experimenting, good interesting play from Rabbit 5. Probably a little bit too casual about how to approach on how to end that game. We'll hope that that doesn't carry through to their games in the weeks to come, but overall definitely a dominating performance. And Apex, despite honestly looking stronger than they have in the past, still not going to be enough to contend with Rabbit 5. And
just taking a look at the damage dealt graph here, you can see more damage than the Vayne hyperscaling late game carry. About 34,000 damage dealt just by Moyashi alone, and that is compared to the 26,000 damage. Here's the damage taken. You could definitely tell kind of a beast of burden there that game. 43,500 damage taken at the end of everything. Not the worst performance from Apex R Gaming. The 80 carry roll still looking strong. Even their new mid laner got smashed in lane, camped ridiculously hard, kind of came back, didn't put up big numbers, but was able to still be effective towards the end of the game. And maybe Rabbit 5 more on them for not, pushing the game aggressively to close it out, but they were able to win in the end.
Yeah, and that's really what matters. And they're going to be happy to move their record up to 3-2, and it puts them in a good position for weeks to come. And definitely, I think they're at 4th place now. No, I think they're tied. They're tied for 3rd, aren't they? And that's a pretty good
With
spot
that
to be.
win, it does tie them for 3rd place. So moving on up, not quite to the east side, but higher on up in the standings. And that's going to do it for our games here tonight for LJL. So hope you guys enjoyed watching the Japanese League of Legends scene. For myself, Sifa, Eyes, Rebel, and all of us involved here in the LJL English and Japanese broadcast, want to remind you that next week we'll be coming back. Our next regularly scheduled broadcast will be on the 20th, and it will mark the halfway point in this 10-week season. Hope you guys have enjoyed watching some Japanese League of Legends. It's been certainly my pleasure, and I'm sure Sifa's pleasure to be here along. It's some great games, a great way to start things out with Ozone Rampage versus Detonation Focus Me. So if you missed that match, make sure to go back and watch it. VODs will be up tomorrow on the LJL YouTube channel. You can find a link to that right down below the viewing window. So a lot of good games. Looking forward to next week's matchups, and we should be showing you those as we close things out today. But you have any final words before we close things down, Sifa?
Overall, excited to see Japan develop. Really was impressed with Ozone tonight. Definitely, like you said, go back and watch the first game. And more than anything, thanks to everyone who watched and stuck with us this far. Obviously, it's very early for any of you in North America, and thanks for sticking with us through some interesting and exciting games. And we hope to see you guys next week. And of course, thanks to you, Rapid, for casting with me. It's been fun as always.
Always a pleasure, and it's been exciting to come back for another week of LJL. But with that one in the history books, we got to take another quick break before we get in on to our next week of LJL. Hopefully we'll see you guys out there again. Of course, in the meantime, make sure to visit LJL's website to find more information. If you want to vote for your favorite teams and have your fan vote counted, it's e-sports-square.com/LJL. You can vote for your teams, find out all the detailed stats that you ever wanted to know. Of course, you can follow LJL on Facebook and Twitter as well. You can find both of those links, once again, right down below the stream. But you can see Eyes and Rebel having a good time. They're having a ball, and we hope you guys had a good time too while LJL. I believe that is going to do it for tonight, though. So as we close out, once again, a big thanks. Make sure to come back next week. We'll see you next time.
Thank you.